too, it created karma. Karma you can count on.
Yeah, who that? Why, my bro? Why what? You thought I was dead. No, Diane, that's just the scent coming from your pussy.
McCormick knows unbeatable flavor. So we created flavor seals.
I'm alive.
Are as
I'm well,
fresh
I'm
and
good.
flavorful as the day they were packed. Letting you make meals that'll have everyone licking their chops. McCormick, flavor sealed for unbeatable flavor.
had the transaction done where you had your dick cut away for a pussy, that's probably what's dead. Stupid motherfucker. Fuck you mean? Goofy. You a whole dude posing as a female. Fucking transgender, probably. Your existence dead. Texting me from 3 different fucking devices, one person. You deserve to be dead. As soon as I'm done rolling this blunt, I'll get your confused faggot ass a tall glass of shut the fuck up. Don't worry. That way you your privileges in here and your interactions in here just summarized to dead in under 5 minutes. Jake, what's going on? Hey, you did great timing. Just hooking Diana Biffle. What? Just hooking Diana Biffle with the ingrown pussy hairs up with a tall glass of shut the fuck up. It's really a dude that would like to be a female. Let's see who else needs one. I think Levante's in need of one. Levante Reese, who said, my real name is Shakur. But we didn't ask. And I especially don't give a fuck. So, this is a real glass of shut the fuck up. Fucking retard. Anybody else? Any more takers? Let me know. No, this winter sunset. Cheers, bro. Cheers. I'm enjoying my second blunt of the day. I bought some LED lights for my car. That shit took me about 3 hours to install, but I got it done.
I'm Stanley Tucci, and I'm exploring the complex connections between the land, the people, and the food they eat. Oh my God, it smells good! In a country I love, Italy.
You gotta keep the light on the indigo. And what I got? I think I got, yeah, some indigo. be forgetting what fucking strains. Tropicana banana. I think this is the indica. I know I got an indica and a sativa. Let me see what this one is. Something cakes. I don't know. I normally just pick them up by the number that they test it. I don't even go for the strain. I go for the number testing. I don't even go for the indica, hybrid, sativa. It don't matter. Just give me some high powered shit. Did you need some dumb special tool for lights? No. I did. Actually, I did, and they didn't give me one. But I see why. So when I put the lights on, it's in the windshield. There's air bubbles everywhere. And they didn't give me like, a flat, piece of plastic with an edged handle so that I could just fucking smooth out the air bubbles as I applied it. But it doesn't matter, because they shine and they do their thing at night, and you don't see the air bubbles at night. During the day, though, you see them. Want to see them? I had them all in the live yesterday. I think I erased it too. I had them here with me, but they're in the car now. I got you. Smoke in my car. I think if I set this here, you can see it.
out the papers and the trash.
See,
Why you don't get no spending cash? If you don't scrub that kitchen floor.
don't call back.
Step to the laundromat. And when you finish doing that, bring in the dog and put out the cat.
Hey, don't talk back. Let's see, cut off. Take out the papers and the trash. But you don't get no spending cash. I might just leave it like that with the eyes changing colors. Take out the papers and the trash. But you don't get no spending cash. Jackety Jack, don't go back. I can see him from here. Through the slit. Ever since I got the RGB rope light, I just been all things LED now. Yeah, they bright though. Back in the day, Joey.
Febreze. When you host, your bathroom can feel like a revolving door. Keep things fresh with Febreze Bathroom. It's an outlet-free air freshener that fights odors for 45 days. So even after every flush,
Couldn't see
you
it,
know
man.
your bathroom smells amazing.
I could switch them. They got a bunch of different designs, but I like those. I ain't pull up like that. Like, oh shit, this cool. Let me remind myself to leave this guy a tip, you know? Throw him a little $5, maybe even a $20 tip, you never know, man. No, they're so it's a flexible LED panel, right? About 2 feet in width. That way, it's just square like that. It's completely flexible. I could roll it up like paper. But it's got a lightning, a light like the phone. It's got a lightning connector. It connects into it at one point, and the wire comes out and it's got a switch. Then another wire leading down to the USB. And I had to put a multiple USB holder in my USB holder so that I could put both of the fucking wires in, because the car only has one USB holder. So I got an adapter, put the two on. I had to synchronize which side belongs on which side, da da da. I had to reposition about 5 times. The first time, I thought it was all good. I was happy and whatnot. Then I showed my wife, yeah, man, have a look. Sit behind the seat. She got behind the seat. She can't even see. It was completely blocking her entire vision. So then I had to sink them all the way down, as far down as I could into the fucking, up against the glass. But you know, there's only so much play and so much room with the dashboard right there. So that was so much fucking fun. And the windshield's on a curvature, and even though it's just on a slight curvature, that thing is flat. So, you know, that was what took the most time, finding the right position. I swear to God, I just put them in. But I swear to God, I was just thinking that. I was like, yeah. I'm glad they got the switch on them. But it's 2 different switches, so it would be like 1, 2. Not just a 1 and then boom, they're off. Like if I see a cop, 9 out of 10 times I see them before they see me, man. But people were saying, I was reading the reviews, no one was complaining. In different states, cops weren't complaining to them. Just, what they say, don't use the red or the blue. Yeah, that's their colors.
Here, meet Aussie. It's giving moisture with a capital M. Made for every type and texture.
Someone could mistake it for a police car.
And turn up the volume.
I doubt that, but just the colors alone, you know?
Awesome hair for
And being that it's flashing or moving, so I'm not going to give them any leeway. That's why I was using the green. And additionally, this has got to be the only state I rarely see police. And they never fuck with me. I'm gonna be motherfucking surprised, you know. You get pulled over there. Yeah, you can, what's with the lights, buddy? Dudes ride around here with the motherfucking LEDs, the lights outside the car, the space lights for the ceiling inside the car, LEDs inside the car. I got some eyes in the windshield. What the fuck's the problem? I mean, the fuck? Yeah, you got the Uber LED sign that some drivers, I don't have it, but some drivers have in the window. It's blue. Yeah, I paid $80 for the 2. Nice, you know what I mean? I like them. I did it for, you know, added attraction. Again, I do Uber, so Uber and Lyft. I figure it'd be, you know, a cool thing for people to feel cool about encouraging them to leave a tip, you know. Most people do, but you know, that might just guarantee it. That might convert some of the people that wouldn't, you know what I mean? Or that don't. Quiet, all electric car rolling up on you with eyes. It's cool. Yeah, I can. There's a host of fucking galleries of things I can load up. Hold on. How can I do this? I'll just spin the camera and hold it around the back. See, kind of. But I think most of the stuff is like, you know, and then, hold on. Gallery. And this is all the business stuff, right? You can make your own. Man, this is all business stuff. Got some emojis. These are all whatever, honestly. What else? Driving shit.
Baby 3 times drier. All night long.
See, I would never use any of these. I'm not gonna put something that you gotta read and shit. To me, that's a distraction. And I'm not. You know, I might throw "fuck you" up once. You know, I don't know. Alright, then they got the seasonal shit. Cheesy shit. Officially cheesy shit. All the shit that hits that's cool, it's right here in the hot spot. All this. Me. What's these? These 3. I don't really like anything else. Yeah, they got Biden sucks, Trump sucks. Fuck Biden, fuck Trump. Biden's an idiot, Trump's an idiot. Fake news, Biden wins. Biden never won. Yeah. Those red eyes. Those red eyes are cool too. this one is. And look, see, got the police shit. Huh? Got the fucking police shit. This is clearly that. This one here. The GTA wanted. Call 911 SOS. Hello, officer. What the fuck? I like this one, yeah, the Supreme. That's pretty cool. Some more eyes. Cheesy ones, right? That's right. Yeah, rum bro, but it was cool. It's cool to smoke and chat. I'll catch you on the next one. Alright, fam. Stay cool, Jake. Stay up, stay safe, and stay smart, man. I'll catch you on the next one. Appreciate you chiming in. Gonna roll me another one. One is never just enough. But you have a good night, man.
Have you had your Hershey's?
find any song in the world in seconds, you should be able to sign up for insurance in seconds. It's about time insurance does that. Get a quote at lemonade.com.
At all. But he did do something very, strange. Nothing changed. I'm saying shit right now because I'm drinking, but I'm drinking intelligence.
I let you get one profanity off. Just one. Okay, night you're playing, darling. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry.
What's going on?
As far as she knew what she was doing. She knew. She was one of the other girls.
I believe
It's
so.
called number 2.
I believe
It's numbered. She's number 2.
Yeah.
It's a number 1, number 2, number 1, or 5. He's number 2.
What is that old saying you girls used to say uptown? Top 2 and I'm not 2, right?
You already know what I'm talking about.
Top 2 and I'm not 2. Great to talk to you, Dawn. Thank you for tapping in.
Love you.
What's good with you? You Californian femme fatale, how you doing?
I want to make sure I'm responding to people who are supporting the machine. Bill, I got your donation. Thank you, sir. Richard, I got your donation. Jack, I got your donation. Is Diddy the victim? Like Tory and so many others. Oh, we're going to get to Tory Lanez.
We're gonna freeze for a minute. I don't like his title. So they were both what? Something junkies? Intolerable junkies or some shit? Some shit, I don't know. You can't really call someone a junkie. I mean, you can, but if you know that someone made them a junkie, people feel that way with Bobby and Whitney.
Secret keeps me fresh.
People that hate Bobby
And it's totally little cedar
because they think he turned Whitney on the crack, on the drugs. And there's people that say that they both were doing it comfortably. He didn't turn on to anything. She turned him on. Don't know. Top 2, not, oh, seriously? I'm gonna say I've never even heard that in my fucking life. Top two, not two. Top two and not two. Slick way to say number one, huh? Chick never told me that. 10, 2, 19. Alright. You say so. I don't know, I might listen. I might more so pass. I don't want to hear them dragging her. You know, guaranteedly that's what the callers are going to do. They're going to drag Casey. She knew. But officially, unless you were in that exact predicament and situation, then you can't say what to do. You can't critique her. You don't know what it's like. You don't know what it was like, what it is. There's a lot that could be said staring from the sideline. You just texted that before you gave me the strings, yeah? What, in his life? Well, like to one of your girlfriends or whatever. You texted that in his life? So he was eating off of what you said? Right, to one of your friends, okay. But universal moment right there. I've never even heard the fucking saying. His caller was saying it. No, he said it to his caller. What's that saying y'all be saying? What is the saying? You spoke about. I just said it 20 minutes ago. Then officially you're right where you need to be. I'm not sure about Ali though. For respect out of Ali, Muhammad, what up? You're from Turkey? How about me? I'm from the United States, America. Come on. You finna do the digital pen pal thing? What the? My name is Muhammad Ali. All right, see, now we done. All right, cool, Cap. Give me a second.
Riot's beats, make it funky, funky.
snatch up my coffee. I know me dressing like this isn't a fashion statement. It's fucking cold. Before anybody asks. Some fucking bullshit ass weather we still getting. Yeah, the heat is on and all that. Not called cap. Let me see what's going on.
Some of you have been emailing me saying, Star, your theory was crazy and possibly true. Marcus, I got your donation. Thank you, sir. Everybody sit tight. Hey, Shanita, I got your donation. Thank you, darling. And I'm going to bring another call. Everybody just hold a second. Is it Lydia? Hey, Lydia, thank you for your support. Phone number's on the screen, Lydia, okay? Phone number's on the screen. Is that Derek's?
Yeah.
Derek,
Yeah, I'll meet you.
Star, did you hear 2 white boys in KKK masks killed in ATL? When did that happen, sir? Are you talking about,
Yeah. I'll meet you. Right around the side of the building, at the open window right there. Window number 2. Meet me at window number 2. You there?
Empress Swaddlers keeps your baby comfortably dry all night long.
Oh, cool. I see you. There you are. Meet you around at window 2 for a tall, refreshing glass of shut the fuck up. All right. I'll meet you halfway and throw the tall glass of shut the fuck up the rest of the way. Hope you caught it.
There was 2 white guys ringing doorbells, and one of them got shot, and he's now in the bosom of Abraham. Is that what you're talking about? Derek, I got your donation. Thank you, man. Let's go to area code. Hold on a second. This person's been on hold for a while. Area code 770. Late night. I'm saying Cassie and Diddy were 2 junkies in a tumultuous relationship. Are you there?
Tumultuous.
Area code. Hey, man. Pirate lady. Girl, you get off that African headset. I want to hear you. Good to hear your voice. Where do you want to start? Yeah. Sounds like pure shit.
Can you hear me better?
There you go. How are you, pirate lady?
So, listen.
Cracking.
I'm not really good. I have a friend of over 30 years behind this Cassie and Diddy stuff.
Wow.
Mainly because of Cassie, because I've been taking a position from the beginning that Cassie was not a victim. And a friend of mine over 30 years had numerous debates, and then we had one about that was just the end of it.
Okay.
And, you know, with and it takes two.
Can I jump in, Lady? Can I jump in?
Sure.
This is the objective perspective. And I'm not saying, oh, he needs to go to jail. I think he will go to jail.
He is in jail.
But I'm not saying, at this point in time, I don't see the sex trafficking, reality that they have been putting out there. If you're flying in prostitutes, these are business transactions. Whether prostitution is legal or not, these people are willing to come, if he paid for them to come, okay, then there could be some type of charge, but I don't know if sex trafficking is the right
if it's legal or
term
not.
here. But let me ask you something with regards to Cassie. But you are a woman of
He wasn't flying him out from Vegas. He wasn't at Vegas flying him into Vegas.
Okay. So with regards to what
Prostitution is not legal in Miami. Prostitution is only legal in Vegas.
Third baby on the way. She married some type of, whatever he was, a trainer. I forget what.
They ain't gonna be married for so much longer.
They get pimps on that shit.
But now, okay. Do you think that there was a point in time when Cassie manipulated Diddy? Did he get old, sloppy, and coked out? That's my question.
She did some lines with him once. That's what she said.
Evidence of that just yet, but I wouldn't put it past her. I mean, you think about it.
Apparently, hang on a second.
Yeah, I knew that too.
I
knew that too.
Other people have spoken about the quote unquote drug use, and it just strikes me as odd that he got into coke later in his years. He wasn't some guy in the 80s running around on coke.
How do you know?
He wasn't. He
was
a dancer, very talented dancer. And
How do you know?
I have no proof that he put Bad Boy together when he was on coke. Go ahead.
You don't have any proof that he didn't.
Never struck me as a person that got high. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Stop it. Now they trying to fucking
He never struck me as a person that would be doing
vindicate him,
I'd be surprised at that.
clear him of all.
Is she manipulative? I have to say yes. She was with Ryan Leslie, who introduced her to Puffy. She got with Puffy, and then Kid Cudi was working with Puffy, and then she gets with Kid Cudi, and then he hires her a trainer, and this is the guy who she ended up marrying. Now, I think she has been pushing this narrative to her husband all these years, and he's heard some things in court that he's never heard before. His eyes have opened to that. I heard he
says who?
In that courtroom.
Says who? Actually.
I just heard that he was sitting in the courtroom mad as hell. And they said his face was beet red.
Should he be calm, cool, laughing?
Cassie is a dingbat to me. She says that Puffy came and took it, but then
She sounds like a
after that
hater.
she goes and meets him and, they get busy again. Who does that? She's just a dingbat. And,
Not bringing back
she's
dingbats.
an opportunist. Definitely when it comes to money.
Fucking dingbat.
And, she tried to get away, but she was running away from him to an apartment that he was paying for. That's not getting away from somebody. It's just a whole lot of BS that really just gets under my skin. And all because of this, I lost a friend. I wonder what this particular friend thinks and feels now after hearing what Cassie testified to today. Because I was right.
That's how you baby tether talk.
They were in love. What is love? I may not know what love is, but I definitely know what it ain't. And you don't love me if you want to use my mouth as a toilet bowl. They're disgusting. Trash, I tell you.
That's a fact.
Anyway, that's all I got to say.
I appreciate you.
Next caller.
I appreciate you. And I'm always so proud of you. You look so good.
Oh, thank you.
If you was 30 years younger, I'd make you my man.
Well,
She sound like she fucking 65.
Okay, again soon.
Yeah.
By that piece. Parrot lady.
Parrot lady.
I just figured I'd just let her talk, without interruption. But, I do want to have a discussion with you folks because it's not just that we're going by the reports or the
Should I call
video and stuff like that, but as an older man,
let me see where he's going.
if I can be of assistance to some of you younger people, that is a goal of mine.
Mine too.
I am an objectivist, the philosophy to which I subscribe, and I am very selfish, but at the same time, I do find some comfort in trying to, educate if I can. Here's something else I want to ask you guys who are paying very close attention to the trial. Did Cassie say she went to rehab? Or did Diddy ever go to rehab? I don't know that. Here's the live chat. Did Cassie ever go to rehab?
If she did,
Did Diddy
that plays in
ever
her
go
favor.
to rehab?
Shows that she
We
took
used to say
initiative.
back in the days,
to put her
rehab
life
is
back
for
on track.
quitters. And I'm no quitter.
I.e., he's still doing lines.
as we were on the dance floor, with the goddamn $20 bill, taking bumps of coke, out in the open. Disgusting habit. Okay, okay, you're running. Hang on a second. Someone sent the donation. Star, where are you? I'm running down. Running down for what, sir? Are you bringing this smoke, or are you trying to come smoke a pole? No, thank you, sir. I'm in Emerald Isle, sir, on Ocean Drive. Okay, if you looking for me, I've never been hiding, sir. Luna Glider, I got your donation. Thank you, sir. Salute, Star. What is this? Something about Tyler Perry. Thank you so much.
Sounds similar to some,
Area code
the
304.
kind of approach I would take.
Hey there, late night. We're talking about
I would never ask
Cassie,
another dude if
Diddy,
he wanted to come
two
down and smoke a
junkies,
pole, though.
and the trial. Hey,
He called it the gun a pole.
Otto, a.k.a. the DoorDashian. What's going on, man?
Youngest call it a steak. He calls it a pole.
I believe that Cassie is a willing participant, but the problem here is that you actually touched on something that's very important. I do believe that women are a gateway drug. I believe that a lot of times when women stumble upon drugs or high.
What the fuck did Enrique just say? Women are a gateway drug?
Fix your phone, please.
My bad. Am I better now?
David, yes, sir. You were saying.
My bad. So going back to it, I do believe that women are a gateway drug. Me as a
I do believe that he is gay that way.
Many women in my 20s that at first they thought I was a bug and they found me interesting, and then when they realized I'm one of those Colombians that don't sell drugs,
Okay.
I just became like back to square. So and I always
Are
let
you
me know
mad he
that
ain't get no
like,
pussy?
there's always this like manipulance from women that we forget as men, and I do believe that a younger woman she could easily dissuade Diddy, because Diddy's in an industry that you want to look young all the time. You want to know the new thing. Also, you're selling poison to your community through drugs, through liquor. So I think that just forces you to kind of make the party look like it's actually fun, because you have a lot of rappers like 50 Cent who, even though he will sell you some type of liquor, you never see him drinking. You never actually see him taking sips. So yeah, he just got put on the.
Never seen none of them doing it, but you can't.
This case is nothing but a shit show from the Southern District.
I need you to watch the language. Otto, please.
That's why.
No, I don't
Women
read the
are
cards, but
gateway
like I
drug.
said, the Southern District of New York, they're trying to push an agenda.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Is that
Because
even
you see,
biblical?
here's one of the beautiful things about getting older. And
I would have went straight at him. What do you mean women are a gateway drug? He didn't
when you
clarify.
get
Like, what the
older,
fuck?
you have this beautiful thing called a third eye.
Because bitches
And you
thought he
can
was the
see
plug
through a
because
lot
he
of
was
bullshit.
Cuban, but he doesn't have
And
anybody, any
you're
connect,
not
so he didn't
amazed.
get
You're
no
not caught
pussy.
off guard. What do you think about
You ran
the
into a lot of women that were
possibility-
looking for
the
drugs.
Possibility that Cassie
But how are women a gateway drug?
is, Cassie
Wow.
got Diddy before Diddy got Cass. He got by a real bitch.
Sex,
Yeah.
I do believe
Like her or not,
Sex,
hold on a second.
lust
Like her
can
or
be a
not,
gateway drug.
he got by a real bitch. There's an
Possible.
old saying, I forget where it comes from. I think it's the West Coast.
Depending on what the fuck,
the
you know,
Mexican gangs.
what gateway it
Blood
brings
in,
you
blood
through
out,
to.
if that even applies here. He got
People
got
that
by
ended
a
up
real
in
bitch.
porn.
Her husband, I
I
don't
assume
think
sex was
in
the
any way, shape, or
gateway
form he's in that
drug for
courtroom
them.
mad. I think he's acting. I think he's
The
acting.
dopamine
I
kick
think he
hit,
may
and
have
then,
even.
you know,
Hang
now they're
on,
making
hang on, and I'll let you land your plane. I think he.
Yeah, I'm flying. And, you know, now they're getting a paycheck for it. I've always heard from porn stars, I love what I do. Then I've heard the bad side of it. You know, I feel empty. I can't really have a relationship. There's some of the dudes that have been through like 7 marriages. A little exaggeration, but you know, multiple marriages. So the drug of lust left them empty with no love to give or offer. But women being a gateway drug? How? Break that the fuck down. 'Cause I'm gonna take this straight to God. God, the Eve was nothing but drugs. Eve could just be seen as a syringe filled with heroin. She was a gateway drug. I think Pablo reaching here.
Have even put her up to it. We're sitting around here broke. Yes, I love you, but you're a whore, and I know you're a whore. I know you're a whore, and I can appreciate you being a whore. Me, I can appreciate a whore. I'd rather date a whore than a square bitch pretending she's righteous. Give me the whore. Let me go to dinner with the whore. Let me go down to Cancun, the Canary Islands, with the whore. I think he may have even put her up to it. He's acting in the courtroom. And they're going to benefit from this even beyond the $20 million. Land your plane, please, Ivo.
I do agree that maybe when Diddy went a few years back, when Diddy was going back and giving back all those bad boys, artists, their credentials and many of their things that they feel like he stole from. I believe that's when probably her husband probably convinced her. Her husband's her new pimp. You know, her new pimp is basically saying, hey man, like you should be getting this. You know, you deserve.
Bitch, get the bag. Get the bag, bitch. We're broke.
All the time.
We're broke, bitch.
Yeah, and he doesn't like, I think it was a spit on his face for him to see Diddy getting the key of the city. So I think, as a white man, he's actually getting value for his protection, man. He sees Cassie as a car that lost a lot of value through Diddy. So he,
Ivo, good to talk to you, man. Salute.
Any Tory lanes? Can I? No.
Nah, I want to finish up on Diddy, then I'll get to Tory. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, we just don't want to hear from you anymore. Next.
Anybody in the live chat understand what I'm saying? Not that you have to agree with me.
Money.
I'm an older man.
Explain.
A lot of us guys who have been through things, we can get past. Who smashed you? Bitch, I don't care if you got double penetrated 20 years ago. Bitch, I don't care if niggas skeeted on your face. Bitch, I don't care if a nigga threw you down some stairs, gave you a forearm smash, and a fucking George Foreman left hook. Bow. Bitch, I don't care. But what we're not gonna do, bitch, is sit up here broke. You can get a bag. You're still young. You know? You're pushing out the babies. Gotta go to work, bitch. Who is her husband? I have not even done the goddamn research. Who is her husband? Let's put the bitch to work. Who said he's gonna divorce her? Divorce? Bitch, you try and leave me, I'll fucking kill you. He might be on that type of time. Oh shit. Just my nigga Ecuador tapping in.
Maybe Puffy was on that type of time.
What's cracking, man?
How you doing, man?
I'm alive, man.
All good. All good. That's good, man. That's good.
We almost opted.
Okay, touching on the pause.
Pacifica. Find your own way.
On the Diddy Cassie situation, I want to say this. Now that I'm 34 years old, you know, I've learned that what I've learned in life is that people, all the BS that people say that they want in other persons, either male or female.
Land this shit into the side of the mountain. Hurry up.
Want them to be a good person, generous. People will make exceptions. The more money you have, the more fame you have. I see it all the time. That's why you always see the nice guy that treats the girl really good. Like, you know, it's basically everything she's saying that she wants, but she never pays attention to him. And then another asshole, but, you know, he just happens to have a lot of money, a lot of power.
He lost his girlfriend.
Like, they will, like, immediately get rid of all the list of requirements that they had. Oh, I need a man to treat me like this, do this for me, because they go straight to the power. So I think from following the trial and seeing the testimony, she's definitely, like, in my opinion, that there was no sex trafficking. She knew exactly what she was doing. Am I saying Diddy is a good person? No, he's a piece of, you know what it is. He's not a good guy. He's arrogant. To make him
He's cocky, conceited, and convinced.
That's not
hang on a
right.
second.
None of those
Hold
are
on,
right.
stay with me. I appreciate your call here. Is Cassie's husband her former trainer? Is that the guy? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. He been knew she was a whore and a slur. He been knew.
Yeah.
He been knew there was drama.
I don't know
He
what.
still wifed her. Hold on a second. Troll
That's it.
babies. Can anybody confirm? That's the guy who was her trainer.
Yeah, that's him. 100% that's him.
He been knew niggas had her twisted like a pretzel, you know? Skeeting on her back and all, choking the bitch out. And he been knew all that
Yeah,
shit.
Puffy hired him. Right.
Now it's time to get the bag. Did you ever see the movie, oh my God, with Robert De Niro, James Woods, was it Casino? Casino.
Sharon Stone.
Sharon Stone. Robert De Niro was in love with this bitch.
She's a hoe.
And she had a...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, was it James Woods, Troll Baby?
Yeah, James Wood was the pimp.
Yeah, and he wasn't he a junk?
And he gave her...
Was he a junk?
Yeah, the Robert De Niro in
James
the
Wood?
movie,
No,
his
this-
name was Ace.
Yeah.
He
What's
was
his name?
literally running the casino.
Wasn't it
He
Woody
gave her
Harrelson?
everything that she wanted.
Everything!
And she still went back to the pimp.
When the story...
Tell you, man.
When the story finally gets written, we might see a totally different perspective from Cassie's husband. I'm so good, Ecuador. I'm just rambling. Go ahead.
And just like I said before, I learned this from like live and seeing how people act, not what they say. I also realized that there's not, if you see somebody that is successful as Diddy in business, he most likely is a piece of, I'm not gonna curse, S. There's not a single, in order to be a top business person, you have to step on people's neck to get to the top.
Yeah.
So even though the people might look, you know, some people, you know, they do an interview on CNBC and they're
Most
talking all
do, so.
proper, and you know, he looks like a nice guy.
You don't have to.
That guy's probably the worst person behind the scenes. So my thing is, I don't think, no way he's.
Do you think Morgan Freeman, Denzel Washington stepped on people's necks to get where they are? I don't think so. We got clap for us, Drake or Kendrick. You. I don't think either one of them got clapped.
sex trafficking. Like, all these people knew exactly what they were doing. Like, you can see from the text messages.
Can I jump in, Ecuador?
Yeah.
Can I jump in?
But
With all of that,
yes,
with all of that being said, you know, and I think most people will agree that Cassie, you know, is not innocent. But she now got to come up. What's that old saying? I mean, you're a younger man. The best revenge is a come up. That's some shit from the 80s. They used to say it back in the 80s. The best revenge is a come up. She came up off this nigga. I think she used him to the point where he couldn't be used anymore. This nigga might even be, what's that called when your dick doesn't get hard? Is it impotent or some shit like that?
Whiskey dick? I think that's what they call it.
This guy's
Bro, babies, what is that shit called when you die? I wouldn't know. What is that when you, impotent. The nigga might be impotent. He might be one of those guys who can only function when he gets high. Maybe she said, you know what? I don't want this old bum ass nigga no more. And let me just ask you this, for those who don't know, you're one of my regular callers and you're a supporter. You prefer a whore, right? You hang out with whores. You pay the whore and you're not married, right?
Honest, prefer not really. Nobody who wants to pay. Nobody wants to pay. But when it's, you know, when you're horny and like you wanna get off, you wanna like a hot ass girl. Like,
but you hang out with whores, not square bitches. That's my point.
Yes, I wouldn't date one. 100%. I wouldn't date one, but like I would definitely hang out with them and smash it. Yeah.
Ecuador, listen. Never mind who you think is listening and who's gonna judge you. I'll say this with and I'm a serious colon cancer. If you get married, marry a whore. Marry a whore.
Nah, I couldn't, man. Honestly, I just like thinking like, I could never be at peace of mind, dude. I could never like.
What land you play, man? What do you wanna?
I'm with Ecuador.
Yeah, my plane. Again, just
Man, that shit on
I mean, I agree with Didi. I think he's a good person. I think he's
on
a
the
good
dusty
person,
road,
but
Ecuador.
You cannot just send somebody to like life prison for like something like obviously like it looks like at no point she was literally kidnapped and forced to do any of this. So free Didi.
Okay. Great to talk to you, Ecuador.
Alright, man. How's it going?
Get some good calls here, guys. Let me make sure I'm not missing your support via Cash App. Thank you. It's a late night show here. Isaiah.
Yeah, I might give you a star that's free later.
Concerned citizen. Thank you so much for your support. Yeah, man. Something else I wanted to play a video of. Guys, anybody wanna hear and see Tory Lane's father? Who is his stylist? This nigga looks crazy. Who is Tory Lane's father's stylist? Give me a second here. Oh,
Son's
my
facing
goodness.
life. He's probably stressed the
Guys,
fuck
sit
out.
tight on
Let me
the phone lines.
see what's going on.
Where are my notes? Show notes. I've really been enjoying my time off, so I don't have a lot of notes in manager show. Oh, I need to play this. Wait a minute. I've been talking about this particular. For those who don't know, somewhere in Charlotte, North Carolina, somebody got shot over some burnt biscuits. This is silly as hell, but I found the story to be so amusing.
So
Here we go.
like let me go with you.
New at 5 o'clock. Burnt biscuits led to bullets fired outside of South Charlotte Popeye's restaurant. One man was shot and it was caught on camera. We're going to freeze the video because it is graphic.
He all up in his face too. He knocked the headset up.
You heard heard the woman gasping there. This happened outside of a Popeyes restaurant on South Boulevard near I-485. And that's where Channel 9's crime reporter Hunter Sines is live tonight. Hunter?
Erica, it is another example of a simple argument, this one over burnt biscuits, that led to someone being shot. Police say it happened between two managers at this Popeyes here behind me, and an eyewitness told me today all of it happened in front of his young children. For the first time, we are seeing different vantage points of a Mother's Day shooting at this South Charlotte Popeyes. Two men seen fighting in the parking lot, then two shots ring out. We are choosing to stop this Charlotte video, the rest too graphic to show. I spoke over the phone with an eyewitness who didn't want to use his name, but he says he and his wife were inside the fast food restaurant and were the last to deal with the suspect.
I was going in the back and was starting arguing with the guy over some biscuits. He took the plate with the biscuits and threw it on the ground.
Moments later, in this dash camera video, you can see the two men walk out of the Popeyes. Then another eyewitness captured the victim throw punches first. Then the suspect pulled a gun and fired. Seconds later, this angle shows the suspected gunman walks back into the restaurant as those inside scurry around, some ducking.
You always think the worst, but he's going out small and will shoot around, and that's it, boss.
Nobody else was hurt. Seconds later, the suspect was seen walking out and away from the restaurant. Police caught up to him nearby, arresting 22-year-old Rodney Wood. He's charged with attempted murder. Victim shot twice, but is currently alive.
Shot him in the legs.
Okay. I had to play that because I watch stupid videos like that. And I thank you guys for sending me that type of content. It makes me laugh. All right, I'm coming back to the phones. Hang on a second. And I'm also looking for the video of Tory Lane's father. Where the hell is that video? Let me look for a second here after I play this.
Not over some
I'm sorry, after I take this call. Hold on a second. Area code 313, good evening. Talking about Cassie testifying at the Diddy trial. Are you there? 313?
Yeah, I'm going to start.
Hey man, how are you? That's great.
All right. I talked to you before we were talking, when we had a conversation about high yellow girls. I'll tell you about my ex-wife.
Okay. Where do you want to start, sir?
Oh, yeah. I'm more than familiar with all these type of situations.
Okay.
You know, the real high yellow was the one, the Lena Horne high yellow. You know what I mean? The green-headed blind high yellow. One that, I graduated from University of Michigan high yellow. Oh, man. They take you down through the ringer. And when they small, petite, and fine, everybody want to side with them. And nobody realizes the soft-spoken ones be some of the worst ones. They be some of the worst ones. They be quiet because they be trying to keep them bones in their mouth. They be used to doing some of every and anything. Now, I'm not saying my man Diddy didn't do anything wrong or anything of that, but birds of a feather flock together.
That's a fact.
And
that's a fact.
You already know, just like with the trainer. Let me tell you, she was messing with the trainer before she left it. That ain't we got together after. And the trainer was probably doing coke with her too. He looks like, you already know. You know how this goes. You ever seen what he look like?
The trainer probably told her, hey girl, listen, you're young, you're still very attractive, you got no cellulite, you got no stretch marks. That nigga's old and washed. The nigga can't even dance no more. Time to cut that zero and get with this hero. Come on.
But look, here's the trick to that. The same way he might be saying that, he don't realize messing with them, she 2 steps ahead of what that trainer talking.
Okay.
See, he not ready for the back door. He's thinking he's putting her in position to get the money from Diddy. But once she get paid, he got another thing or two for him too. You see what I'm saying?
But now hold on a second. I can appreciate everything you're saying. Are you married, sir? Who am I talking to?
No, I'm not married anymore. I'm divorced.
Okay. Are you a father?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on some G shit, I have to respect her husband because he put 3 up in her.
No, the first one was the keeper. The first one was the keeper.
Yeah. Say what you want about ASAP Rocky. When I look when I look at Rihanna, I see a Harlem nigga who put his Mac down.
Hey, look, you already look. The trainer came along and was like, the first one to keep you locked down. This one to hold you.
Right.
The first one to hold you. Then the third one was the celebration baby. That's after the bag. After we got the bag, the third one, you see she's pregnant right now. That's the celebration baby.
Let's go.
They probably gonna name her I don't know, Lucky, something along the lines of what they situation is now. You know how they go.
Yeah,
You know how it go.
Come on.
Oh, and I want to say something else too. Them feds, because you know we from outside. Them feds don't play no games, and nobody speaks to the fact that the lead lawyer on the prosecuting side is the daughter of the ex-head for the FBI.
Okay.
And her number two is the daughter of the highfalutin lawyer that's homeboy with the ex-fed. And you already know what the program is. They get all their daughters together. We gonna come get Diddy. That's why they picked up the case. And we gonna make y'all careers off the carcass of Diddy. See, that's how that goes. Because see, once you get that big case, get that name, now I can propel my daughter.
That sounds like a conflict of interest, but I can't be certain. But okay. So the trial itself and the testimony. Have you been watching what's going on by way of the news?
I mean, I keep aware.
You say you married and divorced a high yellow woman. Is that what you were saying?
One of the highest of the high yellows.
Was she AKA? You know that sorority AKA? Those girls used to be vicious. I don't know about now, but.
Oh no, they not. She's not an AKA, but my daughter went AKA, and my aunt and all them AKAs. I know them well.
Do they still have that brown paper bag test? You ever heard of that? Paper bag.
I mean, well, they all passing that. Test. I don't know, cause I know some that dark complected, but I know the ones from my family, they all gonna pass with flying colors.
Well, you know what test I'm talking about? That's some old shit. The brown paper bag test.
That's for the complexion.
If you were darker than a brown paper bag, you couldn't really be, top shelf, as they used to say. Okay, land your plane. Go ahead.
No. My people look like Quincy Jones' daughter. They like that. They high yo. You might think they might have been white.
Got you. Good to talk to you, man. Salute.
For sure.
Cassie's husband.
Yeah, I'm running behind it by, I don't know.
Why would you go to the courtroom and do anything else other than seem upset?
Yeah, I'm at the halfway
This is my
point.
wife. I love her, and we're gonna go through this together. I'll be acting my
It might
ass
still
off.
be live, I'm not sure.
Okay, who are you? Did you send in a donation? Not that I'm stressing that, but you're emailing me. Who is in the queue? Area code 610. Good evening. You sent me an email?
Your home is your
Yeah, I did.
How are you? Good evening.
I'm well yourself.
We're right on cue, like I said.
About the trial, the testimony of Cassie. Are you up to
They
speed?
dragging her.
I am. I've been watching the past couple of days.
I ain't heard nobody
And a
say
couple
nothing
of
about
things
it.
that came to mind over the past few callers
Really?
that no one was talking about. One person was talking about the non-disclosure. And she can pivot and now discuss what she was prevented from discussing in a non-disclosure because it becomes public information.
That's the court case.
Also,
So that's not good.
and yeah, the other guy was saying how he was the trainer. So that guy knows what was going on. And what's interesting is I just seen a news story on Smokey Robinson now
being accused.
Well, sir, I want to stay focused
I know
on
you
Cassie.
do
We've
that.
already addressed
Yeah.
We addressed that old nigga, so let's get back
Yeah.
to this old.
But
Now,
yeah.
hold on a second. Now, her husband was her former trainer, right?
Right.
Okay. So, more than likely, he had an understanding of her relationships. He may have seen, I don't know, seen her at her low point, dehydrated, coming down off of coke, and
The
she
black eye.
confided in him. You know, she got her anus stretched. She may have herpes around the fucking mouth. Something to do with sores in the mouth, I read. You have to speed on that? She said she had sores in the mouth.
I've seen a little bit of that. I've been trying to find the transcripts of today, but I haven't been able to look at them.
So he knew she was a weathered whore, I would imagine.
Oh yeah, I mean he got her from Ryan Leslie in a foul manner. So how you get them is how you lose.
No. I'm talking about the trainer. The trainer.
Oh yeah, the trainer. Yeah.
Trainer knew
Yeah.
that she was an alleged whore.
Yeah. He seen the opportunity. He knew what it's about.
Come on.
But going back to Diddy, it's funny to me that a lot of his issues started after he publicly came out against the manufacturer or the owner of the Ciroc, the Diego or whatever it's called. And it seemed like now he's being persecuted for his speaking out against them.
That sounds very plausible. I would not say that that's not the reason. I mean, people have brought that up, and that could be. But his ass is in a sling now. Did he? Yes.
Absolutely.
I want you to land your plane, but clearly Diddy's money has not been able to even get him out on bail. So this seems like, a hit.
An attempt to break him. It's an attempt to break him.
A legal hit. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's an attempt to break him. I mean, regardless, he's going to be all right. He'll have money to live out the rest of his life. But I feel as though it's a money grab. He's spending all types of money on lawyers, fighting all these civil cases, and having to pay out all these cases and stuff that's been coming over him since he's been locked up. So I think it's a hit job. I think they're just trying to break him.
It's not a RICO case.
Not a RICO case.
Well, I don't know the
fuck
laws
do they know?
in terms of if he gets convicted on certain charges, will the feds have the right to confiscate assets and things of that nature? I mean, I would imagine he has things hidden overseas or parked, if you will. But have you done any research with regards to if he's convicted of this or that? Can the feds step in and seize homes, bank accounts? Because he may wind up really just destitute after this. Go ahead.
He might
As soon
have
as they-
to be able to pay his debts, just like they did R. Kelly. I mean, he has to pay his debts. They just recently took R. Kelly's remaining royalties so that he could pay his bit.
You ain't never seen any celebrity after situations like this.
Pampers
Long,
keeps
drawn
baby
out
3 times drier.
court cases.
Silver baby stays comfortably dry
Public.
all night long. Pampers Swaddlers dry all night.
You ain't never seen no celebrities bounce back, do well. They get another chance. You want to talk about Johnny Depp, who plays Iron Man? What's his name again? Him? Okay. Everybody else and everything else. Nah. That court case, that court trial, win or lose, be the finisher. Oh. Jay-Z. Almost lost that case. But he bounced back. Through music. Through the use of his music. So, yeah, Puff could never do that. Puff's music wasn't shit before he went in. And it's my belief they just getting started. Man. Just as long as they've been holding him all this time, it's probably gonna be just about as long as the damn trial takes or some shit. So there's a lot to go through, in other words. They just decided to start here. All his charges haven't even been explained, approached. Talking about, boy, like they know. He not getting no bail because he guilty. Feds ain't taking no chances with him being a flight risk. And if you think the feds have illegally or improperly imprisoned him, you're crazy. Mad celebrities, mad people having sex, that ain't a crime. Whether it's disgusting or not. I can assure you that ain't what he's going down for. And flying people from other countries and other places over state lines to a place where prostitution isn't legal is sex trafficking. That's whether the person's consenting or not. This escort, they filing that on their taxes? I think not. Illegal. Did he? Did he file that on his taxes? Sex workers. You know, is he on the up and up, seriously legal about it? I think not. Having someone sign an NDA, okay. You paying your taxes behind this, though? For what you paid them? Nope. Sex trafficking. So, and as you all heard, there's more than just that.
Could you imagine if the feds take the bad boy catalog? Good God Almighty.
Be crazy. Crazier things are happening, but it'd be crazy.
What if they take the catalog and then put Mama Combs in jail? Oh my God.
Hell not froze over.
Who's that in the background? Can you let her speak? What is she saying?
She's a very strong, opinionated black woman who believes that he's being...
Tell her, come to the phone. I got time. Tell her, come on, talk.
I'll put on the phone. She ain't talking. Put her on speaker.
Put him on speaker. All right, put her on speaker.
Hey,
Miss.
Hey,
Miss, how
you doing?
I'm good. What are you, Miss? Come on.
I think that she was a willing participant.
Of course.
And I don't think that this is a RICO case. I think this is a domestic violence case.
Okay.
As a woman, I think it's horrible what he did to her. And I think he took advantage of the fact that she was young and naive, but she was grown at the time. And she made these decisions. And she repeatedly made the same choices. And I feel like this is not a RICO case.
Okay. Did the old nigga get got?
Yes. Yes. They trying to do him dirty. They don't.
Yeah. Again, the evidence has not been presented yet. They're not there yet. And I never heard of the feds picking up a domestic violence case. I figure that's pretty much state stuff. Feds ain't chasing a fucking domestic violence case. Crazy.
Put him dirty.
Doing
As
something.
bad as what he did is, I just don't believe it makes the mark. Like his character and all of that is already, his image is already destroyed. And I agree with all that. But I don't see, he was a drug addict.
And that's consequences of his own actions.
And he was addicted to opioids just like she was. So I don't see where him actually like moving drugs. And she said when she was addicted, he tried to get her help and tried to make her stop, even though he was still doing drugs. So like you painting this picture that's like really one-sided, but it's not, because y'all had like this back and forth. He asked you about what did you want to do with the freak offs, and did you want to do this or didn't you want to do this, and you a lot of times said yes and initiated it. So like you can't say that you're not.
Can I jump in?
You're being coerced to do it
Can I jump
when
in?
you're initiated. Yes.
Okay. I don't know, but according to the transcripts or her testimony, did Cassie say he turned her on to cocaine, or she was already familiar with cocaine? Do you know that detail?
I think it said something like she was drugged once unknowingly. She had like took a drug once unknowingly, and the first time she ever did anything was with him. And then she,
Are you sure that's what she said on the stand? What did she say?
I'm almost positive that she said that she did it accidentally the first time, and the second time it was voluntarily, but it was with him or in some situation. I don't think it was necessarily a freak-off situation. Okay. Just like them trying like the ecstasy pill together or something like that.
He may have been popping a pill, and she said, "Let me try that. Let me try one of those." Yeah. I see you grooving. Pass me a pill, old nigga. No.
If he slid her any drugs initially, as it goes, then everything else is his fucking fault. He got her addicted. Her system wanted more. And if he slid her a drug, he was the one who, talked her through it. And she probably was like, I'm not feeling what's going on. And he let her know. Relax, you're on this or whatever. Twenty-one-year-old kids ain't making grown decisions. Not accountable ones. Not smart adult-like ones. No. And not ones that are under the wing of one of the celebrities of the world. No.
Be selfish. Share.
Right. You know?
Oh. And also, right? Don't forget about the white boy who was his mule that he was flying around, from here to there to get the drugs, the plug and all that. Lord knows how many other plugs there were. Remember, they caught him with one. That kid's still locked up. Casey was saying that she was required to dip her body in warm baby oil pool. Wow. Yeah, I heard one thing one time, and I was like, now, how's that possible? So I heard at one of the hotels they were at, they had oil, baby oil in the room, like up to 2 feet, like up to your fucking calf or some shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Again, taking advantage of someone because of your authority, power, influence, and money. I mean, where is that? But that's not what they're going to nail him to the cross to. Wait. This is just hors d'oeuvres. You didn't even get to the main shit yet. She's talking about, yeah, I don't see Rico yet because it hasn't been shown. What we've seen was the domestic thing. The feds have never ever been required to lay out their fucking evidence against whoever it is they're going against. They let them put on their shenanigans. They let people rally for them. They let a lot of things go on. Then they start laying down some shit. And everybody's like, oh, well, I didn't know that. Oh, he did that. I didn't know that. Right. You don't. So, this is the part where you be quiet and wait for the evidence that has been found, that they will present. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's how the fuck it normally goes. The state might lay out everything it's got against you, and if your trial's public, they'll lay out everything they got against you. Not necessarily all that with the feds. They just working. Yeah, no, next, switching out lawyers or whatever. Mm-hmm. How many charges is he up against again? All right. All of this right here is just to show his character. Like she said, I agree with some things that are being said. Fully. Yeah. His image, done. That's phase one. And here's the proof of why his image is done. Type shit. Next, they'll move on to some other shit. And when it's all said and done, he won't have a leg to stand on financially. What's she say? He'll be able, he'll live, he has money to live out the rest of his life. No, I don't believe that. Do not forget, he was getting money for a lot of things for a lot of time. Facts. He did a lot of spending. Facts. He's got a lot of shit he has to maintain. Facts. But even more so, those lawyers. He's had to pay for them every fucking day. Just look up one of them. What's their retainer on a case? He's been in, he's going on a full year. This is getting costly for his pocket, and the trial's just getting started. Now, I think the trial's going to go longer than the time that they've held him. Personally. Then again, there might be a limit. I never passed the bar, but there might be a limit to how long a trial can be. I don't know. Do you know? Like, trial can only be 4 months and they have to draw a conclusion. Let me see if Google knows. Hey Google, what's the average time for a trial in a court case?
I don't know the answer to that specific question, but according to sb-court.org, trial length depends on how complex the issues are and how long juries spend in deliberations. Most trials last 3 to 7 days, but some may go longer. The judge knows approximately how long the trial will take, and he or she will give you an idea when your group is called for jury selection.
This is going way past 7 days. Thursday, day 4. I mean, if there is a time limit and it's only maximum 7 days, well, I guess we'll be finding out here. So, I don't know what happened today. Yesterday she got cross-examined. The day before that, she testified. So what happened day 1 and 2? I didn't watch any of that. We'll have to see. Come on. How long did O.J. Simpson's trial take? Hey, Google. How long did O.J. Simpson's trial take?
On the website screenrant.com, they say, while the trial itself began on January 24th, 1995, and lasted over 8 months, with all the trial preparations and the selection of the jury, the whole process took nearly a year.
Bang. That's the fuck I'm talking about. And in my opinion, there's no difference. People were murdered. His wife, his ex-wife, Biggie. I don't know if people are purposely choosing to forget that. What if? Right, his wife passed away mysteriously. What if she was, about to tell type shit. What if she was an informant of sort?
Sharing is caring, old nigga. Pass the pill. Fuck
And,
yeah.
and he went to the extent of when she was on drugs, he called the drug dealers and told them not to sell to her.
Oh my goodness.
So he clearly trying to help you out if you know.
No. The nigga got stuffed. You calling drug dealers telling them not to supply the whore? You're supposed to say, get that bitch some credit. Go ahead, land your plane. I appreciate it. Where do you want to finish up, please? Let her land her plane. She's speaking facts. Come on.
I'm just saying this is not a RICO case. Free that man.
Right. Thank you so much. Both of you have a good night. Thank you.
All right, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Can I get an amen in the live chat? Old nigga Diddy got soft. Calling drug dealers, telling them don't give the hoe no more drugs. Boy, back in the days, I tried to get credit for all my hoes. So you can then tell them, listen, you got to go to work. You got to pay up the debt. Them niggas might poke you up on the track. I can't save you all the time. Hang on a second. Okay, whoa, somebody just sent me a video here. Hold on, guys. Folks, can you please hit the like button? Deeds always wants me to remind you, hit the like button. What's going on with Tory Lane's father? Hold on a second. This is from yesterday, right? I'm just gonna play a little piece of this because again, I'm not fully in the loop. I've been enjoying my time away. What do we got here?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming out and lending your cameras to the world. We appreciate you being here. My name is Sunstar Peterson, well known as the father of Tory Lanez, but his family affectionately knows him as Daystar Peterson. This may seem not even to matter today, but it does to me. The reason why he bears the name Daystar is because I was scheduled to speak in a conference in Washington, D.C. back in the early 2000s. Back in the late 90s. My wife and I stayed in a hotel across the river in Northern Virginia. I was up praying before that conference that I was supposed to speak at that evening. As I paced back and forth in my hotel suite praying, I began to quote the scripture from 2 Peter chapter 1, and it states, "For you will do well to take heed as unto a light shining in a dark place, until the day dawns and the day star arises in your heart." I didn't know whether it was a boy or girl in my late wife's womb. But I heard the Holy Spirit said to me, that is the name of your child. That's why he bears that name today.
Okay.
Now we're standing in the United States of America, land of the free and the home of the brave. I have watched from afar being a Canadian. I have watched as presidents innumerable and other officials place their hand on the Bible and swear a sacred oath to uphold justice, to uphold truth, because...
I'm going to pause it right there. I just wanted to hear him out because I did not watch this much of Tory Lane's father speaking. Let me get that off the screen. Okay, thank you to whoever just sent me that video. Guys, anybody want to comment? I still stand on my theory that the Mexican who stabbed Tory Lanez was given an order. I don't buy this new narrative some people are talking about. He tried to holler at somebody's girl in the day room, and that's why that person lit him up. I don't buy that. The guy who stabbed him tried to end his fucking life. Tried to end his life. You try to holler at somebody's girl in their day room, you get poked up, something to that degree. You get a touch up and a warning. And then you press them for money. But you may see it different. I'm just saying that sounds more reasonable to me. I watched a press conference with regards to the new information that was coming about what I guess, I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, the bodyguard that is now saying that Kelsey pulled the trigger. And how many days after that information was Tory Lanez stabbed? Was it 2 days? 3 days? I have no proof. I'm not going to say, Megan put a bag on the nigga's head, but a button may have been pushed. So we'll say, okay. All right. Let's go back to the phone lines. Let's go to area code 215. Hey there, good evening. I'm talking about. Can you hear? 215? Yes, no, maybe?
I can hear you. I'm here. Can you hear? So I'm going to jump right on in, not to talk about whatever you want, but my overall point to this message is going to be slacking on your macking, flipping on your pimping. And that's what they call an old man like Diddy, like O.J. Simpson, okay? So, from these angles, it's just going to be a matter of coercion when you talk about this RICO. And if that's the case, we're all going down to the RICO when you talk about sex trafficking. Because if you've ever taken your woman out of the states, overseas, or to the next state over, and had sex with her, that could be considered sex trafficking, especially if you invited somebody else into the bedroom because that's what you're into. And that's what it sounds like Diddy was into for a long time with Cassie. So the biggest thing about this coercion piece, I don't want to talk too fast, but is the fact that she had side missions with these escorts without Diddy, to the point where they was she was sexting with one of them, sending pictures back and forth, and meeting up and having sex with him, right? So you can't say that he forced you to do these things if you started cheating on him.
Bingo.
With the goddamn product.
Bingo.
My biggest point that I was telling my family was this: if I turn you on to way these Big Macs or Baconators, right, and then you start going and get them yourself, but you blame me because you got fat, that's not my fault. You was doing it yourself. So that's that whole piece of it, man. I can talk about.
Can I jump in?
Sure.
Can I jump in? What you're saying sounds very plausible to me. Did he give her an eye jammy, and even after the eye jammy, she went to an OVO party? He didn't want her to go.
Right.
You know about this? And it had something.
0 to 100 real quick, yeah.
It has something to do with that song that Drake then put out. Was it 4 p.m.
0 to 100?
No, something with Calabasas.
4 p.m. in Calabasas.
4 p.m. in Calabasas. Correct me if I'm wrong. She wanted to go to some OVO party concert. Diddy blacks her eye, and she goes anyway. She goes
anyway.
So clearly she was defiant, deceitful, conniving, if you will, and she was moving shady.
Listen,
moving on her own accord. We haven't even hang on, let me just lay this out. Pause, and then you can chime in. We haven't even spoken about the Kid Cudi stuff. So you're right. She was having these rendezvous, if you will, with people outside of the freak-offs. So that's another reason why I say he got older, softer, and she took advantage of him, if you ask me. Go ahead.
So with that being said, I'm born one day after Diddy, And my favorite baby mom has the same birthday as Cassie. So I know something about these shady Virgos. That's what Cassie is. Okay. All right. So that's our mission to speak to the Drake situation, which is very bad because on that record in Calabasas, he's using Diddy's take that, and his ad libs. And he's talking about having your girl there and doing things to her. So that was embarrassing for Diddy at that point. But long story short, I think overall, what this comes down to is Cassie looks innocent. She seems innocent, appears innocent, but there is that side to her. That's such the case of the one that I knew, the Virgo I knew. Okay. But away from me, like I said, my biggest message is slacking on your macking and slipping on your pimping. I know you like people to stay on subject, but if you look at the news, whether it's Tory Lanez or Chris Brown, Rihanna, all of these things happen when you start slacking on your macking and slipping on your pimping, and I've done the same thing in my life. So at this point, it's free Diddy. He did some freaky stuff that I don't agree with, okay? Like, having semen rubbed on him from other men and all those types of things. But that is in his bedroom, and that is something that Cassie agreed to and orchestrated, paid for, participated in, and she said, yes, she did because she loved him. If I liked it, my girl would suck on my toes, and she did that for me. She can't come out later and say, I forced you to do it, when you did it because you thought you loved me. And that's why Cassie did these freaky.
What is Diddy's astrology sign, since you put that into the equation?
Scorpio. I'm a Scorpio. I turn Scorpio November 5th. Diddy is born November 4th. All right? And get this, man. Cassie and Diddy stepped out on her 35th birthday, or one of these Halloweens, dressed as Ike and Tina. So it gets in this picture.
Now, I don't know about Scorpio males, but I do know that, when I was into astrology and mythology, that Scorpio females were like super freaky. And you said,
I got Scorpio with his mom. Go ahead.
Okay. And you said Cassie's a what? A Virgo?
A Virgo, yeah.
From what I remember, again, I moved past all that stuff. But Virgo, very deceptive, not trustworthy, and something else.
Analytical. Yeah, I mean, perfectionist too.
It was something else. I think it was short-sighted, meaning that they weren't necessarily concerned about down the road. Everything was in the moment. But something else you want to mention? Go ahead.
I mean, ultimately, just to get on that Tory Lanez, you pretty quick with his father. He talked like Martin Luther King. It's funny the way he looks. I get that. But the biggest thing was Megan Thee Stallion, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was obvious from the beginning, like, you can't find a reason in the world that Tory would shoot this woman in her foot because he got caught sleeping with her and her best friend. The more likely story is Kelsey did it, and that's what's coming out tonight. So, it's free Tory Lanez. I'm happy to see that going on. And I think that Diddy will be walking away from this. And I just want to say thank you for letting me talk on the line. That I've been listening to you since I was 8 years old in 96 when you was like Star and Buck Wild.
Sir, I was not on the radio in the 90s. Stop, sir, stop.
What? Star and Buck Wild morning show, that wasn't you?
March of 2000 is when the Star and Buck Wild show launched.
Okay.
97.
I got my years on. I'm born in 91, man. So I was 9 years old then. I was 9 years old.
Thank
and
you,
I was listening to you in the back of my parents' car. Have a good one, man. Take care.
March of 2000 is when the Star and Buck Wild show launched on Hot 97. Why do people always say, yo, I used to hear you in the 90s? I was in Crown Heights in the 90s. Hold on a second. I started writing for The Source magazine in January of 1995. I was Buck Wild, the writer. And then I turned it into Star and Buck Wild. Guys, please check out my sponsor, www.dollpimp.com. They're going to send me a sample, and we are going to set up a giveaway on that website, www.dollpimp.com. George, if you're out there, just whatever bullet points you have, let me know what you guys want to do, and we're going to send the traffic to dollpimp.com. I'm going to recommend that some of you guys take a chance. This is the future anyway. Don't be ashamed. Elon Musk is already, dating synthetic life forms. I was talking about this long before him. Now, since he's talking about it, you're emailing me, yo, shit is real. So we're going to send you to www.dollpimp.com. we'll take it from there, okay? Someone sent me a Zelle donation. Thank you so much. Hey, Evelyn. Evelyn, are you on the line? Where's Evelyn? I enjoy talking to her. What area code? Oh, man. I try to... Oh, wait a minute. Wait, before I... Janet, is that you tapping in late night? Janet.
Hey, Star, how are you?
Hey, I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm just relaxing.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you tapping in. It's late night. I'm technically on vacation, but I wanted to address Diddy and Cassie. They were junkies in a tumultuous relationship. Your thoughts, Janet?
Well, I think that Diddy has been a victim of the government. I believe that he got on drugs. From what you're saying and what everybody was saying from his past, he didn't do these type of drugs until he got hurt, right? That opioid thing, right? So that opioid thing is where they let these doctors run loose with it and get everybody addicted to, right? And then they didn't have any control over it. And then all of a sudden in 2010, 2014, they tried to get a hold on it and cut everybody off. So, other people went to other things like meth or cocaine. It's a story that's all across the United States.
Right.
It's nothing new. He was a victim of it. So, and I don't believe that Cassie is as innocent as she is, because if she's living in New York and she's running with these high-profile people, she had to be exposed to some type of drugs. Now, I don't know if she ever took them, but I'm quite sure that she was aware that they did exist. So I don't see no place whereas she was the victim. I think she was a participant in it. And I think the co-conspirator should have been her. But they're saying they're still investigating to find co-conspirators. So how are you on trial and the only things that you have as co-conspirators are name of enterprises? Now, I know you can use an enterprise as a person because the donation stuff for the political parties, but as a RICO, as an entity, how are you doing it? You have some other people. You can't be investigating while the trial is going on for somebody else to blame. The only co-conspirator in this thing that you have with Diddy is Cassie.
Okay.
And as far as the freakers are concerned, I was reading...
Well, hang on a second, Janet, because you do great research. For those who don't know, Janet has sent me many sources when I'm talking about these topics, and I appreciate her. Okay, so what you've said, I'm agreeing with you with regards to how you laid it all out. But now, was Cassie subpoenaed to testify, or did she willingly take the stand? Did she work out a deal? Because I have not really paid attention to the transcripts. I'm just catching up. How did she wind up on the stand after already taking the money from Diddy?
See, so here's the thing. The only subpoena she got was from Puffy for her bank records. It don't say anything about the government subpoenaing her for a witness, not that I have found. It may be something there, but I have not found that.
Okay.
I did find that he wanted her bank records. Now, why did he want her bank records? And so all of a sudden, she don't have to give up her bank records.
Right.
So she needs to show her bank records. And then my third thing is, with these freak-offs, I think that those freak-offs or some type of voodoo, hoodoo, or Mexican or Filipino thing that she taught him, because all his body fluid is a way of dominance. I was reading about it, and with like this urine thing, this stuff is real. People do this. And then he was talking about the stuff that he was like rubbing on his nipples. That's a transferring of power. Now, where did he learn that at? He didn't learn that in New York. Where did he learn these rituals from? These were rituals. These were religion rituals. Now, if these are religion rituals that they were doing...
Religious.
Okay. All right, thank you, Star. Then Puffy becomes a political prisoner.
Yeah.
he becomes a political prisoner. If they can introduce that these free girls were something that she taught him how to transfer power.
See, that's why I be hating this bitch. I'm to believe that Puffy, because he's from New York, he didn't learn any of that. Like, what the fuck did she just? You fucking kidding me? New York is a cesspool. You'd be wowed at what you could learn there. That's stupid. That holds no basis. Additionally, what's the age difference? Puffy's like what, 30 years older than her? And she taught him something about sex? He was already sexually deviant. It shows with his prior relations. What? 20-year-olds are versed in rituals, weathered and everything. Just, they got their starter kit, they're ready to go. She'd been practicing since she was 12, I guess. The fuck out of here. Makes no sense. And all trying to fucking free him. Nah. He put himself there. And you can learn anything, any fucking way. And once you have access, and if you the fucking capital, you want to know, then you'll find the fuck out. He was sitting there with a fucking smile on his face. What the fuck you mean? He wasn't forced to be nowhere.
Power because he wanted power, and he was so messed up in the mind because the government allowed these opiates to run free like they did the crack. Then he becomes a political prisoner now. He's not the aggressor. He's the real victim here.
Let me jump in here for a second, Janet. Has Diddy ever gone to rehab? You go to rehab.
Well, I don't know if he ever went, but it's a whole bunch of writing that he sent her, so he knew it was a problem. So he was trying to fight this. Maybe she was the vehicle that drove him to these.
Maybe she was the demon, and he said, "Listen, you go to rehab, and I'll give you some money. You're dangerous. I've got to figure this out, and I can't figure it out until you're out of the picture."
Exactly, Star. Exactly.
I'll give you 100,000 if you go to rehab, you fucking demon.
And that's why she was like texting him. You see that she was taking the initiative, and she was like, "Well, I just wanted to please him." No, you wanted to pull.
I can't shake you. I'll give you 150,000. Please go to rehab so I can sober up and try to figure this shit out.
Thank you.
I'm gonna kill somebody. Somebody. Anyway, Jen, do you know the whole Kid Cudi relationship? I mean, I didn't do all the research. What's going on with Kid Cudi?
Well, I heard something about him catching a car on fire, but my whole thing is, if she was able to date other people, then she wasn't being held against her will. She had dated several other people, so that shows right there, you weren't being held against your will and you wasn't afraid. I'm thinking Diddy is a victim of her.
Bingo. I've been saying this. He was in love. Love, right. As they used to say back in the days, love is the point of selflessness. I care about you more than I care about myself. I hope I'm never in love again. I haven't been in love since the 80s. I don't ever want to be in love again. Janet, go ahead and land your plane. I appreciate you.
I think in 2012, when he did that overdose. It wasn't an overdose on cocaine. It was on pills, those painkillers. And I think that was his weakness. And I think she was like, well, I'm gonna make you strong. These are things you do. You have to absorb other people's strong energy. And that's why they always picked out them big muscle, the darker the better, the more muscle, the more bigger, and that's what she was saying.
I wouldn't know about that, but hey.
And you transfer. I'm talking about the voodoo thing. I don't know if some kind of mental thing or Filipino thing that I don't know about, some type of root work.
Okay.
But I think that's what's going on.
Thank you, Janet.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, 99.
99. Appreciate Janet. Area code 703, sit tight, you'll be my next caller, 703. Guys, please hit the like button. That's very important. Deeds wants me to remind you. I try to get to the calls. I can't promise every call. Guys, did Diddy ever go to rehab? The Most High. Oh, man, peace. The Most High. Sir, do you have just a minute to tell me what's going on with the Knicks? I'm hating on the Knicks. I'm not even going to consider the Knicks going all the way until they're at Game 3 in the finals. The Most High says, peace, Lord. What was the phrase you used to say in Jamaican? Patois, the Batiman. Yeah, hot lava. Gunshot! Hot lava was, that was not my phrase. Who was that? Was that Capleton, guys? Who used to say hot lava to them? That may have been Capleton. Hold on a second. DX21 would know. Peace to the God. Or Buck Wild. They would know for certain. Area code 703. Thank you for your patience. We're discussing the trial and Cassie's testimony. Are you there? 703?
Salute. Yes. Salute. This Cash
Hey,
Bag
you there?
from Northern Virginia.
Hey, what's up, man? Good to hear from you.
You still there?
Hey, salute. Thank you for taking the call, man. My thoughts, just to sum them up and real quick for you, man. Look, we gotta realize something. Of course we know, like, the rest of your callers are talking about, these people have drug problems, right? They had drug problems. And me being and seeing this and being around the block just like yourself, I'm about 44 years old, so I've witnessed and been there, you know what I'm saying? All that. So what they have to realize, and people have to realize, when people are coming down off these drugs, just like how many times, Puffy would say, hey, look, man, I'm not into it right now, or, he breaks away. When they're coming down off any opiates, cocaine, whatever it may be, Molly, people get irritated, right? So this is where the agitation comes from, and this is where the ruckus comes from, and this is where they have those disputes and those fights. You know what I'm saying? The dude could have been just waking up, you know what I'm saying, coming off like 2-night freak off, and he ain't got nothing in his system. He's agitated, and she wants the more, so she wants some more drugs. They're having an argument, you know what I'm saying? And here we go. She leaves the hotel room. She's like, yo, Slim, I'm gonna go find my own stuff. You know what I'm saying? And wham, bam, body slam. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you what I know. And they keep on comparing them to Ike and Tina. It was more like Cheech and Chong. You know what I'm saying? Let's be realistic. At the end of the day, they were feeding off. She was feeding off of his money to support her habit, and he just introduced her to the thing like as like as
Let me stop you right there. Let me stop you. How do we know he introduced her to the drugs? Did she testify to that on the stand? I don't know all of the transcript information. Did she say he introduced me to coke? Did she say that?
No, you actually have a point. Excuse me, let me correct myself. Socially, you know, he introduced her to the freak off, like, yo, look, you know, this is what you do to loosen up, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I would assume that's what we gathered, right? You know, this is what we use to loosen up for the freak off.
But hold on one second, sir. Hold on one second. She said,
yeah, go ahead.
She said he introduced me to this world of freaking. She said that.
Well, she said that he gave me these drugs so I can be more. I can be more in a relaxed atmosphere.
I got that, but I'm just trying to be precise here. I'm not trying to say what you're saying does not have validity. Did Troll Babies, did Cassie say on the stand, did he introduce her to cocaine? Did he introduce her to the freak-offs? You know, she may have had her own version of freaking. Again, she was already in the industry. She was with Ryan Leslie, an older man. So it's not like she was some virgin, if you will. But I'm just trying to be precise.
Well, so I mean, if we're gonna be precise, yeah, let's hit the nail on the head then. So 2 years later, down the relationship, that's where they're at with it. You know what I'm saying? He's like, look, this is what you want to try this freak off thing, you know, with the bringing people into our bedroom. She was cool with it, so that's what they ended up doing, just to be, you know, on your lane. So when that happened, of course, that's when he started bringing in the drugs into the room. Like, yo, look, you know, this will help us go longer. You know what I'm saying? As in, you know, from 3 hours to a day, from a day to 2 days. You see what I'm saying? And that's where the drugs got introduced into the atmosphere, into the circle. You see what I'm saying? I'm giving you, just like the way you want the fact, hit you off with the raw. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Jump in. You know, he may have loved her to the point where he had to admit to himself, I cannot fulfill your sexual desires. However, I will assist you and I will be there for you. I will make sure no one hurts you. She may have said to him, hey, old nigga, I like you, but you're not hitting the bottom in the pussy.
Right.
You're not finding the G-spot, old nigga. Thus the reason why, hang on. Thus the reason why they then started freaking to the extent where he then said, okay, I'll get what you need. I cannot rip it out the frame. I'll get you.
I see what you're saying.
Hang on. I'll get you some drugs. I'm never gonna be that guy to pound the pussy for 20 minutes. That ain't me, baby girl. But I'll help you. And then, stay with me. And then she starts getting out of control with this shit, calling people behind his back, you know, and then telling him later on, listen, I had to go get a couple of other niggas to rip the anus apart, pause, you know, and but I love you, old nigga. Go ahead.
Hey, you know what, man? I ride with you in that car. That's 110%. I couldn't have said it any better. You know what I mean? You hit it right on the head. But like you said, I mean, look, she just took it and ran with it. He couldn't knock the bottom out. I mean, he was on that blue magic. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't do nothing with it. It was just too much for him. He couldn't handle the business. So yes, you know, and she took it and she ran with it. And then in the end of the day now, when she left and the stars went down and the light turned on, you know, it's just like, yo, hold on, man, we ain't got no money. You know what I'm saying? She's with this broke dude. You know what I'm saying? Like he ain't got the bread that Buffy had. So how we gonna cash out number two? How we gonna have a coach?
She's with the broke trainer who is long dicking her. He is hitting the bottom. And that's why
he ain't got them long pockets.
Right, and that's why we got the fucking the complaint, pardon me, for $30 million, because the guy who was ripping this shit out the frame said, hey, I love you. You're a whore. But we're broke.
Yeah.
Do something about it, bitch. Go ahead, land your plane. Go ahead, land your plane.
Hey, look, man, in the end of the day, this is all a scam to me. It's a damn shame that they're using the system, especially the feds, the federal system that has a 98.5. And I'm not proud of it, but I've been in the feds. And for the feds to even be involved in some shit like this, you know what I'm saying? To me, you know, for them to even pick up a case like this, because usually they only pick up slam dunks. If it's not a Shaquille O'Neal slam dunk, it ain't happening. And this ain't no Shaquille O'Neal slam dunk, homie. You know what I mean? Like, this is what I see.
Well, sir, the old nigga got sloppy. Thanks for your call.
So, I'll see you later.
Yes, sir.
Have a good night.
Diddy got old and sloppy. Most of my girlfriends have left me. You've heard me say this before. I'm fully functional. I've never had a problem, you know, getting it up. I've never taken Viagra, Cialis. Don't need none of that shit. I'm just stingy with the dick, you know? I'm not pounding a pussy for 20 minutes, helping you find your G-spot, you know? Yes, I'll put your ankles behind your neck. But I don't want to work up a sweat. Turn the AC on. It's too hot in here. I'm one of them niggas. Can I get amen in the live chat? It's too fucking hot. Turn the goddamn AC on. King Walker got your donation. He says Tori's dad is full of shit. Okay, well. He's a father, man. I can't hate on him for being a father, man, and speaking up on behalf of his son. I can't hate on that, man. Did I pick up 516 or 561? Hold on a second. I thought I saw... Wait a minute. Wait.
He was it.
Area code 440. Is that who I think it is?
He said he needed a stylist.
Доброй ночи, старик. Как дела?
Boris, how are you, man? Good to hear from you.
I'm good, star. I wanted to ask you, I can talk about the Knicks, I can talk about Cassie,
well,
whatever you want.
Never mind the Knicks, because I think the Most High is in the queue. I want to talk to him about the Knicks. Cassie testifying, Diddy on trial. What do you think? First week.
2.5 hours.
Morris, you there?
Basura. We're going to call her Cassie Basura. Cassie Garbage, because she is a vile, defiant, talentless woman. You know, in the beginning, I still do not condone anything that Diddy did. However, the more information was released, the more I saw that she's a highly manipulative and conniving woman. Star, a lot of the emails from their early years together were released. She was into it. She said, I can handle freakos. She was very much into it. She wanted to initiate it. The thing that I have a problem with is that she can play both sides of the fence. When she wants to please him, I did it because I loved him. I did not want to disappoint him. But when he shows her concern as well, because there was one email in which Didi said, do you want to stop with the freakos? She was about to say yes, and then she said no, she backpedaled. You know what I'm saying? She was complicit. What was that?
No, go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
She was complicit in everything. She is, you know how the saying goes, Star? The prettier the woman, the bigger the headache.
Yeah.
She is very exotic looking. She looks very good, but she comes with a lot of problems. She is a bed hopper. She went from Brian Leslie to Didi, to Kid Cudi, to Alex Fine, her husband now. Star, do you know that in 2018, when she dated her husband, she was still smashing Dizzy. She was still engaging in freakos. She claimed that he...
hang on a second, boss. I'm going to jump in because, you know, most of us already have, not all of us, but most of us already have the opinion that she was a willing participant, and she was of age. We're not talking about a 15-year-old or 14-year-old. So what now, with everything that you've said and other people have said and what I've said, what now? How does Diddy fight this? Does he now take the stand in his own defense, or does he just let it all play out. What are your thoughts on how Diddy should move from here after Cassie's testimony?
I think that it will be incredibly difficult for the prosecutors to find him guilty on trafficking charges. He will do, like I told you in the last call, he will do time, but they're not going to throw the book at him because many of the jury members are finding holes in her story. Even the AUSA that was questioning her, he told her that he asked her, what happened to you when he assaulted you? She said that, he finished inside her. And then she voluntarily, which is the key word, voluntarily went and engaged in sexual relations with him, all while still seeing Alex find her current husband. So she has many holes in her story, and it looks like she engaged in activities in which she later regretted. Nobody is condoning Diddy. Nobody is saying he is not a sexual deviant, he is not a sick person. We all know that. He is very, very deviant. However,
I want to put something on the table, Boris. With regards to his defense, I think, this may be a stretch, I think he should take the stand. And as an older man, I think he should cry. I think he should talk about falling in love with a younger woman, losing himself. I think if he can take his ego out of the equation and speak about not being able to sexually fulfill her needs, her young, hungry needs, he may stand a chance. I don't know if he's erectile dysfunction. I don't know if he has erectile dysfunction, but if he does, that would be a great way to say, I couldn't satisfy her. I had to bring these other people in. What do you think about that, Boris?
I heard that your theory is plausible. I heard somewhere that he did have these issues in getting it up. That's the reason he was in the corner. Yes, that's the reason why he was in the corner in the bandana. He did not want. Yes, he was sitting in the corner, covering his face with a bandana, and she was in a red wig with red pumps.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Hold on, Buzz. Troll babies, I'm just rambling here. Any truth to Diddy having erectile dysfunction? Oh, someone says I agree with Star. Yeah, I mean, this. Go ahead. You were saying, Boris, I need you to land your plane so I can get the most high in here and then take my break, please.
Yes. Basically, what I'm trying to say, in this encounter that he had, in one encounter, he was sitting in the corner and he assaulted her because he wanted her to finish when Edie told her to finish. And then she claimed that the S worker saw her being assaulted. And in typical Cassie fashion, she went to the S worker to be consulted. They started to, do their thing, and then Diddy got off to that. What I'm trying to say is you see a pattern here, that she is a very loose woman.
Yeah.
She goes from one bed to another, so you cannot trust such a woman's word. I'm not saying that she did not endure pain, of course.
Boris, I had to take other calls, man. Great to talk to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Yes, thank you. Let me say this before I bring in the Most High, who I do want to talk to about the Knicks. The Most High, sit tight, sir. You're up next. I know it's fashionable, it's cool to say,
oh,
he's a cuck.
What's going on, man?
Well, being a cuck is not such a bad thing. When you look at the percentage of guys, whatever color you might be or lack thereof, who you get up in the pussy, you blast off inside the pussy, and then your life is fucked for 18 years, if not more. Being a cuck ain't such a bad thing. Can I get an amen from anybody who has just sat there and watched your girl or whoever get smashed? You avoid any type of charges or anything. I've already told my story. You know, me back in the days, I want you in those heels, those clear heels, doing what you do. You stand over there or get in the bed or, you know, just whatever, just keep a little distance. I can even say that I've always been selfish to the point where I didn't even want to take the chance of getting some of the girls pregnant. Called me an elitist. You're hot as fuck, but you're a low life. I don't want you to have my baby. I'm gonna skeet on your legs. Skeet, skeet, skeet. I'm gonna skeet on your chest. Skeet, skeet, skeet. You niggas talk like being a cuck is a bad thing. You're the main ones out here paying the bitch. The Most High, good to hear from you, sir. Please tell me where the Knicks are. Are they going all the way?
Peace, I'm gonna say like this to all my fellow Knicks fans,
Yes, sir.
and not the delusional ones. We got 9 more wins. 9 more wins. I'm not going for the second round. You know, we up on Boston. We was up 3-1. The memes and the celebrations was crazy. And fans don't have a sense of history, not knowing that the Knicks haven't won a championship since the year I was born. So, you know, we need to calm down a little bit. The last time we was in the chip was '99. I think that was a lockout year, and we lost to the Spurs that year. So, you know, let's not act like we have a. You know what? New York is. Sometimes New Yorkers think New York is the bomb or whatever. I ain't want to curse, but just because we from New York, our teams, our professional teams, haven't done nothing in a long time outside of the Giants and outside of the Liberty. I mean, come on, the Liberty. We you know what I'm saying? We holding that down.
Yankees, the most Major League Baseball World Series. Yankees.
The Yankees is delinquent since 2000 though. So you see what happened last year too.
Listen, you know sports better than I do, modern sports. But listen, even if the Yankees don't win for another decade, you cannot say the organization is trash. They have spent the money over the decades, and that's what we respect about them. But let's go back to these Knicks for a second. Where are they in the playoffs? So who do they have to face now? What is their position, and is everybody healthy? The Most High.
So everybody looks healthy in the playoffs. Everybody has, you know, bumps and bruises, whatever the case is. Boston just lost Jason Tatum for the rest of the playoffs to a ruptured Achilles. So that didn't seem to stop them 2 nights ago when they beat the Knicks in Boston without him, and they blew the Knicks out. So my thing is this: as a Knicks fan, I'm realistic. I know my basketball. The Knicks have not won a blowout game in the playoffs as of yet. Every game against Detroit was close. Basically, they haven't played well the whole playoffs. They've been able to come back in the fourth quarter and the second half in these games that they have won in the playoffs. So I give them that. They show resilience. I give them that.
But hang on a second. The Most High. For those who don't pay attention, where are the Knicks now in the playoffs? For those who just are bandwagon people, where are they?
The Knicks are up 3-2 against the Boston Celtics in the second round of the NBA Eastern Conference second round of the playoffs. If the Knicks win on Friday, they will play the Indiana Pacers in the conference finals. The Indiana Pacers knocked the Knicks out last year in the second round. So the Knicks should have all the inspiration and motivation to get that lick back pause and, you know what I'm saying, go back at it with the Indiana Pacers, no Reggie Miller, and actually start. This should be the easiest road or path to the finals that the Knicks have ever had. So if they beat the Celtics, the Indiana Pacers is not an elite team. And in my opinion, I think they caught fire during the playoffs, and they caught a half-injured Cleveland Cavaliers team. But they're not an elite NBA team. They were not one of the projected favorites to win the finals this year, early preseason. So, you know, the Knicks could win this series and have the easiest path to win a chip in 50 years if they actually close it out. But if they fail, they need to blow the whole team up.
If they fail, is it fair to say they're just a trash organization? And
it's a whole fact. It's a whole fact. So, but again, and let me clarify also too. Let me clarify also that the Yankees won in 2009. So their last trip wasn't in 2000. It was in 2009 against the Philadelphia Phillies. So let me just clarify that. But anyway, yeah, Star, for real, Knicks fans is very delusional, over celebratory, all that. We got 9 more wins. If not, it don't count. It's New York. We gotta stop settling, stop acting like, you know, we the best, we celebrate the best, we gonna hurt the other fans and whatever, smack them around. All that's cute, is funny and all that. But at the end of the day, if we're talking about basketball and actually accomplishing things, it's just time for the Knicks to, you know, to really bed down and prove themselves. This is it. You could win a chip on the humble right now. So there's nobody, even in the West, even in the Western Conference, I don't think OKC, Denver, any of the teams remaining are that much better than the Knicks. That if the Knicks face them in the finals, if they do make it, that, you know, the Knicks should be just as, it should be 50-50 favorites and 50-50 in terms of who will win the finals. There's no elite teams left in the playoffs. The Knicks have as good a chance as anybody. They're up 3-2. They have a chance to close it out tonight at home in the Garden. If they can't do it, I don't even know what to say.
Okay. I appreciate you, man. Great to hear from you, the Most High.
It's a partial
Peace, Lord. Yes, sir, peace. Guys, we still have some calls in the queue. Can I take a 5-minute break? And we will continue because, again, I'm technically on vacation, but I do want to be more up to speed. So I'm trying to be very direct with the details of Cassie's testimony. And you guys have said Diddy never went to rehab. Is that a fact? He never went to rehab? If not, and you know, if and when he gets convicted, and I'm not wishing conviction on him, he might want to, you know, put all that on the table. I need help. I need rehab, but he's gonna have to let his ego go. Anyway, let me take my break, guys. Be back. Give me 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's been in jail for over 6 months. Mom, clutch. Yeah, react my music, bro. No, I haven't. I'm gonna react to these dumplings. Give me a second.
I'm back in the building. Okay, thank you for your patience. Went and got some salsa water here. All right, the Diddy trial. You know, we can talk about Cassie being a willing participant and all these other things that clearly have merit to them. But how will Diddy defend himself? I'm more concerned about that at this particular point in time. How will he combat the allegations and the fact that she has been able to successfully influence the dominant society, the mainstream media, and the twisting of the facts? Notice I have not, called her a quote-unquote liar. I did call her some other words, though. Deceitful temptress of seduction. I truly believe that. Let me go to area code 951. Hey there, thank you for your patience. We're talking about a few topics. Are you up to speed? Area code
Yes.
951.
Yes, I am, Star. How you doing? This is Evelyn.
Hey, Evelyn. Hey. I don't know your number, darling. You sent in a donation earlier, and I thank you. You can just email me sometime and say, hey, I'm on the line, area code such and such.
Okay, I just be enjoying the show, though. You know, you're gonna see this number because this is my home phone number.
Okay, I appreciate you. What do you want to start?
I just wanted to say that Diddy has several things working against him before this even got started up with Cassie. Okay? He's got karma that's working against him from his other baby mamas. He's got colorism because he don't want to be dark-skinned. He have always said in his interviews, if we go back to his interviews, that they always told him that he needed to get somebody that was light-skinned, that could sing good, and this, that, and the other. And then, remember, when J-Lo and him got into that little mess at the club, she dropped his ass, dropped him like a hot potato. And he never got over that. So Cassie was a replacement for that.
Bingo.
But then and then Cassie, she was a social climber. Ryan Leslie is somebody in the industry, but not like Diddy. Everybody knows who Diddy is. She felt like he could make her more of a star. So that's why she went on and got with him. Even though Ryan Leslie could have went on and hooked her up with some people and made her a star as well, and she might have not had to go through all these things that she say that she didn't want to do. But one moment you want to do it, and one moment you don't. You got one foot in and one foot out. Come on, girl. And how much older is Diddy from Ryan Leslie or Ryan Leslie from Diddy? Do you know, Star?
I forgot. I mean, I can Google it, but I don't know offhand. But
aren't they in the same generation, maybe?
You know what? I'll Google it while you're talking. I like for you to talk. Go ahead. I'll Google Ryan Leslie's.
Okay. And if Ryan Leslie is in the same generation with Diddy, she was already messing with older men. It's not like this is something out of her league. She knows where she going and what she doing. Okay, she wanted that stardom, and she was willing to do anything for it. And some people are willing to do anything for stardom. A lot of people, just like Suge Knight said,
Hold on a second. Can I jump in, Evelyn? According to Wikipedia, Ryan Leslie is 46 years of age, and according to Wikipedia, Diddy is 55. Now, I don't know the full details, but I've always heard that Diddy somewhat threatened Ryan Leslie. I don't know if he smacked fire at him. That I don't know. But, Cassie was already up and running, so it's not like she was some, just a wholesome girl oblivious to everything that was going on. Go ahead.
Okay. And why did you continue on even doing anything with these
call him?
He's a freak.
How come you didn't let him call him?
Freak.
If he...
Not just knee deep, she was totally deep when she did the freak with me. Never mess it up, beat. Yeah, good. I'm sorry. I'm rambling. Go ahead, Jen. Go ahead, Evelyn.
You know you're wrong for that, Star.
Come on, Evelyn.
But, you know, and let me tell you the other people, he do have the liquor company on him. Matter of fact, they might have backdoored him with this. Yeah. They might have got Cassie on with this. They might have even got to the so-called husband that was the trainer that Diddy was paying for in the first place. Yeah. So this could all be in a roundabout way. But, like one of your callers said, this is not a federal case. This is really... I don't even see where it might be a small misdemeanor case in state at a local level. I don't think. She did get that beating in the hotel, which I don't know why she just laid there like that. She should have picked up something.
Evelyn, can I jump in?
One upside
Can I jump in? Was it a beating,
I've never
or was it
a car
a
date.
retaliatory, a retaliatory necessity? I'm in the shower. I'm in the bathroom. Here you come throwing something on me. I can't even see. You tried to kill me, bitch, and then you ran.
Oh, yeah.
Bitch, where are you?
It lights up, too.
He ran out of the room with the towel. I don't know, where you've been in terms of old relationships, but, you tried to kill me. Bitch, I'm in the bathtub, and you tried to throw a hotel, some type of toaster or something here to shock me to death. Bitch, I'm gonna kill you. And then he runs behind her. We still don't know what he was saying when he was, putting hands on her in the hallway, right? Don't know what you're saying.
That's true, but where he messed up at, as far as that goes, is doing that video, telling her he was sorry.
Yes.
If you gonna tell somebody you're sorry, tell them at the signing when y'all signing for these checks at the lawyer's office. Tell her when you gave her money, what she wanted, you should have just said, I'm sorry. You should have never made no video and putting it on TV and all this and that. Because that makes you look, even if you're not, that makes you look very guilty.
Well, what does that prove? That proves he's not a pimp. That proves he blew his cool. Could be a trick, a sucker for love. He made the video. I'm not mad at him for making a video apologizing. Some guys can do that. Some guys can't. Some guys can say, bitch, fuck you, and everything you love, bitch. Bitch, die. Die. He ain't that type, right? He ain't that type.
That's true. But I'm just saying to the public, say what you want to say and do what you want to do.
He shot some other bitch in the
doors.
face.
You was already
J-Lo.
paying her the money. You didn't have to even do no video. You told her enough when you gave her. You put her up. She was always a social climber. Y'all thought she thought that she was using him. He thought he was using her. They was both using each other.
Junkies.
And it just turned out to be a big old mess for him. But the thing about it is, Diddy, you had more to lose. See, that's what people don't do. Get you somebody that's got just as much to lose as you do.
Evelyn,
or that's been down with you for years.
If I can jump in, Evelyn, what you're saying makes a lot of sense. But in that industry, if you're not a strong-willed man, you will fall victim to those younger girls always up in your face, smiling, want you to put them on. Everybody can't be the cold-hearted man who's, who can just say, nah, I ain't with that, or, I wish you all the best, and he got caught up. And let me just ask you this, you know, did the old nigga get got?
Yes. And for a lot of money, not just that money that he gave her. I'm talking about years and years of money that he could have still been making. He still got a little baby that he got to take care of, don't he? And his other daughters and kids, they not really, I mean, just because you 18 or 19 or 20, you're not still really grown. You still need your mother and your father to push you on and help you make your way.
I disagree with that, but, you know, I hear you.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think you still need your
He doesn't even
parents
have
after
kids.
18?
Fuck no.
Oh my God. I do. I was so happy. You know, that my parents
you're a
not the type
classy,
of parents that cut you off.
you're a classy girl, Evelyn. Let me just say that. But no, sometimes you got to get away. You got to get out there and see what you're made of. But great land your plane. I appreciate everything you've said, Evelyn. Land your plane.
Okay. Well, Star, I don't really have anything else to say except for I hope that, you know, they don't try to just go on and wash Diddy, because he haven't. This is just the evidence right here, unless it's something more, something with some underage girls, or he was doing some drug transactions or something like that. This is not a federal case, and they need to go ahead on and cut it, because this is a waste of time.
If it wasn't a federal case, the feds wouldn't be there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good night.
Good night. Sitting here sipping some sparkling spring water. I have not had a beer or any type of alcohol since I've been on vacation. Been enjoying myself. I may or may not post a picture on my Instagram page tomorrow. I've been driving one of my classic cars, a Bonneville, 1964 Bonneville, the last couple of days, and just enjoying myself. I'm not going anywhere in particular right now, for those asking. Someone says, what is this? I'm trying to read. I don't mind you guys making reference to powder and stuff like that, but I haven't done coke since 1991, and I am not interested. I don't mind the jokes, how I sit here and joke about it. But the truth is, I never went to rehab. My body got sick and tired of being sick and tired after a decade. I can joke about it now. But, you know, just to let you know. Okay, someone's talking about, who's got no kids? Me?
I always joke.
How do you know I don't have kids? How do you know I don't have kids?
He said he did.
I've got something better than biological kids. I've got trolls. But in terms of biological kids, I'm sure I do. I just don't claim anybody, and you know, I'm in no rush to get the DNA test, all that sort of shit. People try and sue you for, you know,
not being
retroactive. Guys, what states do they have retroactive child support? Hold on a second, that's a reality. Sit tight on the phones. I Googled this one time before. Oh.
Roll up my last one.
Look at that. There it is. Yeah. That's a reality.
Yeah, I got
so I'm
my
always going
lights,
to tell you I got no kids. Fuck out of here.
Installed them on the car.
Area code 407. Good morning.
I got my lights installed on the car.
That's too loud. Way too loud.
I'm going to show you before I dip out.
Jesus Christ, that was loud. Sheesh. Area code 215. Good morning. Are you there? Late night, 2 and 5. We're talking about Cassie, testimony, Diddy trial.
Mr. Terrain, how you feeling tonight? Hope you're enjoying your vacation.
Yeah, man. I'm here.
Okay, so picture this, okay? You have a married couple, and this is pertaining to the Diddy trial. You have a married couple. Guy makes $80,000 a year, eligible for a quarterly bonus. Quarterly bonus might be $3,000 each quarter. His wife does not enjoy certain sexual activities, but she says to him, listen, you get that bonus. We'll take half of that bonus, do a spa day, go shopping, and I'll do those activities that I don't really like doing. But I'll do them, you know, if you get your bonus. They get divorced, and she says, he forced me to do those things 4 times a year.
Are you talking about yourself, sir? Respectfully, who we talking?
I'm saying that's what Cassie is doing. That's what Cassie's doing. Cassie is trying to say he forced her to do things.
I think we pretty much have that, sir. We pretty much got that. But are you up to speed on the testimony? I mean, I want to be as specific as possible.
Okay, so in that testimony, initially I was like, okay, didn't need to be under the jail. He's a horrible person. But then you get these
YouTube.
text messages where she says,
He's a broadcaster. He takes calls.
I want to freak off so bad right now. I will fly to see you anywhere. And it's like, hold on, man.
I think we've got all that, sir. Do you have any type of, with regards to what has been said thus far, any opinion with regards to Diddy's defense or where we are right now? Because you're rehashing what we've already discussed, with all due respect. Rehashing it. It's late.
Okay, well, I think his best defense is to say, listen, she was willing to do that. She loved me. I love her.
Thank you, sir. Good night. That he was going to educate us. People calling you with analogies and metaphors and all such stuff. Guys, Grand Finale has brand new music out. Please check him out on YouTube. Tell him I sent you. YouTube.com/@Grand Finale.
He gave him a tall glass. What the fuck?
He's got some hot new tracks. In my community section is also a link to his YouTube channel. Can we do 1 or 2 more calls? People who have some type of insight, information, update, if you will. Are you there, 718?
I sure am. Hey, Star.
Hey, who am I speaking to?
Come on now. This is Phillips from Brooklyn. Come on.
Darling, I don't know you. With all respect.
Well, we had a talk a long time ago. Can I...
Baby, I don't remember. Respectfully. Where do you want to go?
Respectfully. We talked about this prior to this getting to this point, where we were talking about, where I brought about the point that Mr. Combs was going to need some serious medical intervention if they brought him in because of these substance abuses.
Okay.
Those have been discussed in detail in this courtroom. There's been a whole litany of substances that the two of them have used together. You asked a question earlier about whether or not Mr. Combs had introduced her to many of these substances. According to her testimony, she was doing these substances with her friends.
Whoa! Stop right there. Stop right there. That's the information I was looking for. Say that again. According to Cassie's testimony. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
She was doing multiple substances with her friends.
Before Diddy.
Oh, during.
Stop right there.
I listened to him
When
a
I
lot.
first started this show, I was speaking about someone,
I haven't as a recent.
a friend of mine, an associate, a power player in the old bad boy empire, a check writer. And we all used to hang out back in the days. Some of the more fancier eateries back in those days. And Puffy, went by Puffy back in those days. He wasn't into coke. I never even saw him drink alcohol. So I was wondering, where did all this cocaine, usage, where did it come from? Where did it start? Do you have any information with regards to Kim Porter possibly introducing him to coke? When did that stuff start with him?
I didn't hear any of that in the testimony. I don't know where it started. You said just a couple of minutes ago you want to get into some facts.
Okay.
I love getting into the facts of things. I don't want to be into feelings.
Come on.
So she was already into the substances.
Makes sense.
There's a couple of things that they discussed in terms of violence that he committed towards her friends.
Okay.
And I'd like to go into that for one brief moment.
Please.
There's an incident where she's supposed to be getting ready to pack so they can go to some premiere or some event of some kind. And she and the friends had been doing... I'm not into substances. I don't know. They had a whole bunch of names.
It's okay.
Blue something, ketamine, they were naming all these things. And so she was supposed to be packing and she wasn't, and he came over. She was sleeping on the couch. Some friends was, and this is in her apartment. Friends were sleeping about, and in he comes in and he rushes in and he's getting ready to pounce on her, beat her up, XYZ. And he then takes her friend, Benna, and grabs her, because they have now jumped on him, grabs her, and he hangs her over the balcony of her 17th floor apartment. There was an incident where she's there with her another time, but she's there with her very dear friend, Carrie Morgan, friend for 17 years. Friend was heavy into the substances as well. They're getting ready to get high, to get lit. He comes in, he gets angry, he sees them doing these substances, he pulls out a hanger and goes after the head of her friend and begins to beat her down and assault her.
Can I jump in, please? Can I jump in, please? Okay. He may have fallen very hard for her. Hard. And as you just said, and I believe you, she's already into these drugs and the horse tranquilizer. One of those drugs that you mentioned is a horse tranquilizer. So she's into this stuff. He comes into her apartment, and the person who you said he hung over the balcony, she may have been the dealer. He goes into a love read, not that it's right. Stop doing these drugs or I'll kill this bitch. I love you. Does that make sense?
Well, not to me.
Come on.
Listen, people under the influence generally don't make sense. Okay?
Okay, I'll do the drugs. Don't leave me. I'll do the drugs that you already do, that you want me to do with you. Okay, I give in. I'll do the drugs. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the reason why because you asked.
Come on.
So this was part of what they do. Even during her testimony, this is what I'm talking about, during testimony, when they were in the midst of a freak-off, and if the substances ran low or they were without, they would ask whoever was within the group who got the last prescription, and then they would call in to this. And mind you, there has been no medical people, doctors, anybody called out thus far, because we're only a couple of days in on who has been doing all this supplying. But they would call in whoever got the furthest out prescription to bring in more of these substances. So I say all of this because actually, Mr. Combs isn't charged with assault or battery. He's not charged with kidnapping. He's not charged with transportation of drugs or giving people drugs. He's not charged with blackmail or anything like that. So I'd like people to just kind of focus on what the charges are, and that is X trafficking.
So you said he is charged with kidnapping.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, I'm asking you. Did you say that?
No, he's not.
Okay.
No, and he's not charged with assault and battery. Even though it was day 3, where we've heard of lots of assaults, beat downs, beat ups, brutal stuff. Okay? Not just to her, but to many of the people that she was in company with. So my thing is, okay, I don't know why the superseding indictment did not include these charges, because she came forward. Now that was another question. Clear fact in their 10-year, 11-year, up to this very moment, this very day, Ms. Ventura never filed a police complaint about any of this.
Right.
None of it. She even testified that when she was with this, trying to get with Mr. Kid Cudi, she went to her parents' home up in Connecticut for a little bit, and when she was there, her mother was there helping her heal all of her bruises. Mama never filed a complaint. So
is her mother black or white, or is she just?
They say the mother's biracial or something like that. I don't know. The only person thus far that I've heard that filed a police complaint when they had been assaulted or witnessed an assault of Mr. Combs was and is the former friend, Carrie Morgan. And today, on the stand, Ms. Ventura admitted that there was jealousy that she had toward this friend. She admitted on the stand yesterday that she has a very high level of anger and jealousy in her. She even at one point pulled another woman out of a car to beat her up over Mr. Combs. So
I heard Cassie was about that action.
What did you say, Star?
I heard Cassie was with the shits. She was about that action.
Oh, yes, she is. Oh, she admitted yesterday that the two of them would go at, you got it. So you're talking about a very violent, domestic violence, drug-fueled, bad relationship, super toxic. But I go back to what...
She punched him in his mouth, get him all, crying and shit like that, and then she would fold up like a little chicken wing and pretend he was beating on her.
I don't think it was pretend. I think he was beating her. I think it was mutual, Star.
Can I just say this? I will let you land your plane. I don't know if you have any experience with cocaine usage.
No, sir.
Okay. Someone in the live chat said, Star, you sound crazy. I hope I do sound crazy to you, whoever said that comment, because what I'm describing is coke behavior. Coke behavior. And you just said you have no knowledge of that. And you've already said, and I thank you for bringing this to the table, that Cassie was using all these drugs prior to Diddy. She was probably a lot more experienced with the ketamine and the other horse tranquilizers. What was that? Other stuff, GHB or something like that. And she knew how to get him riled up, and then how to become an actress. And
it's only day 4.
Thus the reason why he caught did he catch a false imprisonment charge, do you know?
So everybody's firing off in every direction.
Are you sure?
He's charged.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Listen, the charge is RICO, racketeering. If I may, I'd like to come in with that a little bit, because one of your previous calls was absolutely on point. Okay. How is it that you have one person charged in a RICO enterprise situation? So let's go back to YSL down there in Atlanta. There was about 30, 40 of these people brought in. At this point, we only have Mr. Combs. And so the question was, well, how did that happen? It's my understanding, again, I'm reminding everyone, Ms. Ventura never filed a police complaint. She went for a civil suit, she went for economic justice, and she got it. So once she did that, it was the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, who pursued the criminal charges. I believe what happened here, and some of the other lawyers have talked about this on these other crime and law shows, that Ms. Ventura was brought in and they asked her questions. And I believe they did her like they did Grace Jabari, that woman in the Jonathan Majors case. That if she didn't cooperate with them, they would charge her as the co-defendant. They would bring her in on RICO charges. And so, as odd as it may sound,
Yeah,
I
no,
believe
it's not.
she's somewhat of a reluctant witness.
It's not televised.
She's giving
So that's
stuff,
why you have
but
all
she's
these
giving
people
the other stuff. And yes, her text messages today
trying to figure it out
were
from the
loaded
outside.
with love messages and, I'll go with you anywhere. You're the best man I've ever had, blah, 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 blah. And so this has kind of wiped out all of the stuff that happened via her testimony yesterday.
If the shoe were on the other foot, they would be accusing him of love bombing. That's a term now. Love bombing. You know that?
Yeah, I've heard that, but
it's a negative term. Love bombing.
It is a negative term, but I think your tag is on point. These people are addicts.
Yes.
They're violent.
Right.
They don't know anything about love.
Right.
But this is an adult man, an adult woman. They do what they want.
Right.
And
the old nigga got gut.
Yeah, and if I may, I'm going to land the flight like this.
Come on.
For months and months, anyone following this story, reading anything about it, hearing anything about it, we heard about a plethora of minors. From opening arguments, we have not heard anything about any minors. We didn't hear it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and in fact, we haven't heard anything about any minors in mainstream press or even on social media platforms.
Does that mean
I appreciate you. I thank you for calling in.
And that means what?
Good night. Bye now.
Exactly what you said. I ain't heard it yet.
I may or may not see you tomorrow. It's Friday. I got a little ripping and running to do. But please keep me posted on all updates with regards to the trial. That's it. Good night.
I'm not even on him about her. Nah, I'm not falling for the smoke screen. The liquor company setting him up. Listen, they can't set you up if you didn't do nothing. You know? If they don't have any dirt on you, you should be scot-free. You should never even be inside. And one of the callers, before you chimed in, I was with her for what she was saying. She seemed to be the only person speaking against. Everyone that called in seemed to want to be a Diddy savior. That's crazy. Same people that was telling jokes about the oil and all that. But drug usage, I don't care. Oh my God, celebrities are using drugs? Stop. You kidding me? No, that don't matter. Now, if he slid her drugs, but they say from her testimony she was already dabbling before him. So, okay. But, like I said, even the matters with her, nope. Right. Like she said, there's still racketeering, some other shit. And for me, what another caller said, I agree with karma. The situation with Biggie. Countless amount of situations where he destroyed other people's careers. Yeah, no. What goes around comes around. his ex-wife mysteriously passed away. They say it was pneumonia. I think he adapted the same thing Suge Knight adapted. Did he heard what we heard? What Suge said on the that night, that late night show, where he admitted that he said, "Yeah, we got a shot that we give people. Call it the Easy E." I think he was given high dose to aid. That's what he died from. So it could have been that. But Diddy would do the same, just a different thing. That's all. Something that's gonna weaken, destroy your immune system. His wife was scared and worried about dying from him. She didn't want no smoke with him. So that would consequently explain why the Cassie girl didn't file a police report. Crime lords' wives who aren't with it, but they're with their husband, like they don't do any crime, they're protected from all of it, but they ain't going to file no police report. There ain't records of all that. No. Because they know they could end up as part of their husband's business. A victim of their husband's business. And they rather be luxuries and just, whatever, and it doesn't even have to be all that. Many women are abused or stay with who they're with and don't file police reports. Many do, many don't. And if you're dealing with somebody that you know has the capability and the power and influence to have you dead, who you going to tell? If you know they got cops and some more people and some shit in their pocket, who you finna tell? Nobody's who you finna tell. Until maybe now you have your day in court, He's been in jail for the past 6 months, so it's obvious he can't hurt you. He's not coming out. So what happened? Type shit. But they're gonna get him on other matters. Like, Suge's never spoken, so he says. And he ain't never went nowhere neither since he been in here. He been in for some time now. You don't think they got nothing out of him? I figure he signed the ultimate NDA with them. Hey, look, man, he said, hey, you ain't going nowhere. You might could go somewhere 15 years from now. You want to let us know something? Done. Remember the rant that Mace went on towards Diddy? It was 2 years back. He's like, yo, nobody is left alive to tell the truth. I'm the only one left. I got the receipts. And that's a fact. I thought about that for a moment. Like, Black Rob, Biggie, Loon went and did a whole bunch of time. No one's prospered around him. and people have died. I don't know what happened with Black Rob. We know what happened with Biggie. And I know Black Rob, on his album he put out, I used to listen to the song all the time. Y'all know who killed him. Y'all know who shot him. He never mentioned anybody's name. I think that was pretty telling in itself. Because the whole thing was a mystery, right? Nobody knows who did what. And he put out a song, nah, y'all know who killed him. Next thing you know, he did. And I think he died of some ill medical shit. But he was young and healthy. I'm not sure. But, this is of my opinion, he's getting his due karma. This is of my opinion, the feds are not detaining him for nothing. That idea, that possibility, came and went long time ago. They've had him since Thanksgiving last year. He got denied bail. You don't think they oversaw that? They don't want him being a flight risk. They got him dead to rights on a multitude, enough shit that he's going down. That this is the process of draining his pocket. He's paying for 7 lawyers. You know how much it costs to get the attention of one of those lawyers for 1 hour? Fuck a day. He's got money, and it's gonna go just like it does in any time we see these situations. You're trying to talk about they were, love-fueled druggies and I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck about any of that shit. While they're trying to downplay it, it was the catalyst that brought all of his shit down. Like a tower of Jenga. You move the wrong block, it all comes down. And that's why to me, all that doesn't matter. We're here now, and he's not there because of that. He settled that situation with them. Like they said, the Southern District of New York has him on other things, criminal charges. And along with the feds. That's why he's went nowhere. He's not gonna. Yeah. And that's not a crime. That's not a crime, right? Handing out people shitty contracts. It's not a crime. No crime there. But I'm willing to bet if that's where you start, right, then how far are you willing to go? If you're really willing, hear me out. If you're willing to knowingly jerk people out of their fucking time in life and their work and their talent by handing this contract to them that you know what it is. They get someone to interpret it to them. They understand, and they know it's a shitty deal, but they gotta take it anyway because They're desperate. You're the ultimate gatekeeper, Puff, and the likes. So, how far are you willing to take this? Sugar, hung vanilla ice. Oh, there's been a lot of underhanded shit when it comes to music, and I do not believe that Puff's hands are clean. I don't know. I don't care how much baby oil he put on him, he ain't that slick. And his wife and his friend, his first artist, and if it were me, I'd look in further to see what was going on with that Black Rob situation. Because if Black Rob, I just gotta double check. If Black Rob passed away from pneumonia, how coincidental is it that so did his wife? No, he's got something on the inside along with the drugs. You know, the doctors. Hey, you get yourself an evil doctor, Lord knows what you can have access to. Get you the little pricker. It only takes a little dose, and you could get someone in their sleep. They wouldn't even know. Mm-hmm. Come on, that was the entire fucking social code. That was a social way, look the other way, whatever. Bodyguard standing around, dude fucking backlashing the fucking bitch across the living room. You just step out, close the door behind him, you know, drive her home or to the hospital. Huh? Plenty of that going on. So, I think he's paying for his karma. I think he got caught up. I don't sympathize for his drug use. Are you fucking stupid? Did he ever go to rehab? The answer was no. Well, then that's his choice. Sure enough, had the money to. Who else can make you do what you want to do? If he had the means and he really cared and wanted to, then he would have. That's what he would have done. And took her with him. Or divorced himself from the situation and that lifestyle, which was drug fueled. They're talking about, oh my God, they were talking about he's a political prisoner because he was on opiates. And, back in his days, the doctors were giving it away like candy, and he got prescribed that because, I don't know, something happened, and so what? What the fuck that mean? You got prescribed to a muscle relaxer. Should be more chill. Shouldn't be paying people to piss in your girlfriend's mouth. That's just not sane. Nah. I don't understand how people can bring themselves to the fucking, well, you know what? Have you ever done that? No. Oh, okay. Then you're not in that line of thinking. And it's outside of the fucking norm. They were hiring people off a Backpage, just strangers, randoms. And whether it was her idea or his idea, or both of their ideas, he participated. There ain't no drug in the world that's gonna have me tell my chick, watch her interact with some other dudes, and then wipe all of the ejaculation on me. What's this about? No, no, we not. Nah, no. He knew what he was doing. That's what the fuck he wanted to do. He's a weirdo. I met him. He was a weirdo. He was the weirdest celebrity I ever met. And I met him at a convention. A bunch of people standing around. I'm glad for it. Not one of his functions. The only person that never let go of my fucking hand. Like he didn't want to let go of my fucking hand. I'm like, yo, get the fuck off me, bro. What's your fucking deal? All right. He's got gallons of fucking sugar in his tank. Now, being gay ain't a goddamn crime, depending on where you go. But nah, bro. And that was in 2000. Here we are 25 years later. This fucking scuzz bucket. Yeah. White attire parties and shit. Exactly. Right. We get the little wrap up. Yeah, oh yeah, no, we're having a good time. All right, cut the cameras off. Yeah, all sorts of fucking weird activity. What's her name? Helen or some fucking body. Yeah, the Kardashians there. This bitch sucking dick on YouTube. She's sucking off R&B artists on YouTube. This is way before Kanye. He heard about it, got with her. Pack of fucking weirdos. Nah, it's not a crime, but you can rest assured, there's guaranteed dirt to find. If they're that weird, yeah. And again, I've never heard the complete rundown and questioning his testimony of where he was when Biggie got killed. Was he appropriately not around? Was that his alibi? And this guy, Keefe D, boy, he's been quiet. We ain't heard nothing from him. I think the feds might have tightened him up. It'd be too funny. They bring him in, they interject him into this case as a key witness that Puff paid to have Biggie, terminated. Mm-hmm. Feds is involved. Well, you don't know what they know. They know fucking something though. They ain't playing guessing games. They let shit play out. Fucking day 4, people think that, dude's facing serious allegations, serious charges, witnesses talking crazy. Like this shit's gonna be over and all wrapped up by, next Wednesday. Oh, O.J. Simpson trial went on for 8 months. And again, if they've got what they need and they bring forth his wife passed away. They weren't together. People get a bit vengeful when they ain't together and shit. And if you got all that power to do something to somebody, get something done to someone, I don't know. Come on. Why the fuck do you think she left? She almost had a heart attack. And she thought she was going to get brought into this case. There's that situation with Shine. Shine to this day states he didn't shoot her. The victim states that Puff shot her. No statement from J-Lo. There was so much going on and the lights were flashing. If he had the power to shoot somebody himself, forget putting out a hit for a moment. If you had the power to shoot someone yourself, pass the gun to someone else, have them take the fall. You might get a taste for the chaos, especially after you just recently had a hit put out on your best artist / friend. Yeah. Now we're talking about activity going back over 20 years. I said the brain and people develop further every 7 years. Well, of course, then he should be 3 times past the stage of where he ever was, and now that's why he is where he is. People talking about something, he wasn't doing drugs before, like they was at the party with him, like they hung with him, like you knew this guy. He started doing drugs because of the young girl. How does that add up? If she's doing her drugs, she's doing her drugs. I'm pretty sure he was doing drugs of his own. They're gonna try to go with, she got him hooked on drugs. Get the fuck out of here. He got himself hooked on drugs. He willingly took drugs. And so did she, so there's no crime here. And that's why I don't even care about that situation. And they're just laying that out to give, introduction view to whom the people are dealing with, who the jurors will be judging. When I met him, there was nothing but bad energy about him. Your average artist would have, been all, oh, hey, what's good? Hey, man, I do music. Can I, Nah, bro. Swear to God. Seen him, I was like, oh, shit, that's him, huh? Oh, so this is the guy that nobody's career progresses around. Like, really, though, like, nothing. Not the female music groups. Nobody in rap. Just people we knew. But he tanked their entire career. And then ends up giving them back their masters. Fucking, what? 15, 20 years later, some shit? Oh, thanks. It's like, anybody buying their music anymore now? Does it even fucking matter now? Kind of like shit. Yeah. Nah. Bunch of backward dealings, backdooring the artists. And I believe, it is my belief, there's even evidence on Biggie's album. You know how they say these days you can go listen to, the artists, the rap artists, if you will, music, and you'll hear him telling on himself. That's a fact. Puff was doing that back on Biggie's album. I remember back when I heard it, I just, okay, let me check this out. And I kept wondering, why the fuck is Puff on every skit? He's on every interlude, every skit where Biggie's dealing with the threat. It's him. Now, money, why not hire someone else? Puff insisted he would have had to. He probably came up with the skit. One time, Biggie picks up the phone in one of the skits, and the person on the other phone says, "Yeah, we gonna get you, motherfucker, we gonna get you." That's Puff. I don't know. I just feel he wanted a personal touch to it. He could have had anybody, and I mean anybody, else play that role. What, Puff has some certain talent? Not at all. Yeah, I really didn't think much, except, average artists do not make it under his management. So definitely not pursuing that. Then there was the handshake thing. I was like, this motherfucker's weird. Like, he didn't say anything. That's the funny part. He didn't say nothing. Neither did I. Like, I didn't tell him. I didn't verbally tell him to let go of my hand. I was like, shook his hand, like, oh shit, hey, Pop, hey. I think that's what I said, type shit. I didn't say anything. And I just, the time you expect, a handshake to be over, a normal handshake. Hey, boom, right? Wow, finished. No I remember, like, type relaxing my motherfucking arm to take my hand back, and he was still holding my hand. And I'm like, I shook his hand twice. I don't know. Okay, hey, man. And then, I took my hand back. Like, type of time we on here. Fuck. And we were surrounded by people. It's the middle of the fucking day. In Vegas. Guess no other better place to meet than to meet the devil. Or one of the devils. One of the devil's own. And paying girlfriend drug infused. There's no explanation for paying someone else to fucking urinate in your lady's mouth. You're gonna kiss her at some point. I don't know what's going on here. Nah. And he made it uncomfortable and weird. Dead ass. Because I dead ass had the question mark look face on me like, alright, yeah. I think the same day, I'm in fucking Cool J, Exhibit, Tony Toca, rest in peace, Left Eye, Snoop Dogg, Rakim, did I say Exhibit? So, was there somebody else? Somebody else I'm forgetting? I think Magic Johnson was in the building. He was like the fucking ninth. He was amongst 9 other. There were 9 people. And I wasn't like, oh shit, oh Puff. No, it's hey, what's going on? I wasn't starstruck by any of them. Not single fucking person. I've been flown out here to do for a modeling gig. I'm on my own accord. I'm coming on. I'm coming up. I'm good. Like shit. Whatever. Oh, that's you. Hey, what's going on? Hey. I wasn't a fucking fan, and I've been paid $500 just for the event, just to show up at the event. So, yeah, Exhibit. Yeah. So what I'm saying? I saw other celebrities. It wasn't like I had went to the event and he was the only celebrity and oh hey. Nah. It was a bunch of motherfuckers. It was cool. Wasn't hating on nobody. But he made shit weird. He made shit weird. He was the only one out of the whole list. I was cool with everybody. Left Eye came to me and hugged me. The lady that I was modeling for had brought her to me. In a way, like, hey, look, Left Eye. Oh, hey. People look 20 feet tall on TV. She had on goth shoes. She had on platforms. She had on super high heels, but like big bottoms, so that it wasn't like stilettos or some shit like that. But like at least this, she was standing on this much of the platform of the shoe itself, and then like her, yo, and she was still small. She seemed like a little girl. I guess it was just because she was small, but that, I guess that's what someone saw. The A&R artist that brought her in or whatever. I never met 50, Cypress Hill. There's a couple, several artists I never met that I listen to, but Puffy holds the fucking record for the weirdest. Spreewell's next in line for the most hatingness. I can't say Puff was hating or whatever. Nah, but Spreewell was. He made a weird ass fucking. Yeah, I wish I could go back to that day. I'd probably smacked him in the face if I knew he did that shit. Spreewell had to hit the brakes, get out and fight. He tried to front on me at the light on a handshake. He was sitting in the car by himself. It was Friday or Saturday night. Probably Saturday. So he was sitting in a fucking two-seater with no passenger. Whatever. Yo, what's up? What's good? I had chicks with me. You'd never see me any Saturday night in New York without. I don't know if I did. I think he did. He peeped it. That's why he tried to hate. Trash ass nigga. Only thing he did proper was inventing the spinning rims. I give him his props on that. Provided he invented them. I guess he did. I don't know. So I've heard. Yeah. 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 He was saying that. He was saying the same thing that 50 was saying. Yeah. See, they all want to hang out with you and shit. Go out to dinner and shit. And fuck, what's going on here? Yeah. Like how he was telling Fab, yo man, yeah, party with me, man. Party with you? Nah, man, you really got to party with me, man. We really got to party, daddy. What? Nah. Then when questioned on it, he act like he ain't know. What happened? What do you mean? Like, come on, bro. This is homo thugs. And I think they got a captain behind bars. Exactly, man. Come on, man. Fuck you mean? Nigga, I got money, nigga. I'm good. I'm getting to this money, nigga. I got my own clothing line. You want to do what? Like shopping? Nah, nigga. Fuck out of here. So the evidence is everywhere. And again, hey, being gay ain't a crime and shit. But I think to protect his lifestyle, he's committed crimes. I believe that. And I also believe the feds ain't making a scene until the scene is set up, without a question. Ain't no, oh, damn, we almost had him. They had 95%, so there's a 5% chance. 95. I think it's even more than that, something like 97 or some shit. That's their track record. People just letting their anxieties get to them, that's all. You want to know. I know, we all do. But see, what people not taking into account is that that's always the case. And in said instances and cases, they get a lot of their initial time off the person from in the time holding them. Like, it's never been, oh damn, we was, misproperly imprisoning this person. Oh shit, we're sorry. You can't get your life back. We ruined you. We didn't have a case. It's never that. Fuck you mean. They went in with what? ATF and Homeland Security, not SWAT and the local task force. ATF and Homeland Security. Interesting. They'd have got the same effect going in with the police. So why were there other agencies brought in for nothing? Just, you know what I mean? I mean, you guys got some free time? You guys aren't busy, right? No. For that much. If you don't fucked up when Uncle Sam, he gonna make sure everybody know. You can tell by the agents he sends your way, or the agent's attention you've drawn. Daniel Barry, what's going on? Happy Friday, man. Hey, bro, come on. They don't have a habit of holding suspects for over 6 months and having no evidence against them. And I don't ever recall the feds taking on a domestic violence drug-fueled case. No, that's just hors d'oeuvres. That's just, yeah. They could have left all this to the police. Yeah, that plays into it. Like I'm convinced. Bro, 25 years ago the man was a fucking certified weirdo. Certified. From my own personal observation. Like, it was, nothing said, just a handshake. But you can learn a lot. Mind you, the whole time he was staring at me like I'm the fucking star. Like he was fucking starstruck or something. So. It's 25 fucking years ago. There's a kid who just recently committed suicide or died mysteriously as he was getting arrested. And they had told the same account. Same situation. So he was at, I don't know, one of the awards, or it might have been at one of his parties or functions, something to that effect. And the dude shook his hand and puffed one leg off his hand. And he made the dude feel super uncomfortable. And the kid had ended up committing suicide. That was the kid. He fell off the fucking balcony. What? 7, 8 months ago? I forget his name. No, there's too much. There's too much circulating around this dude for it not to be a hit. I believe that might have been him. Fell to his death from the balcony. And they say he was, suicide. He was overdosed on drugs or some shit. They put a whole thing to it. But there's records of him talking about the same shit I was just talking about. I found that odd. I remember like, damn, when did this kid die? I didn't even know he had any connection to Puff. yeah, like, I don't know. Like, there's more with him, the Liam kid. Puff did some other shit, some old shit, I don't know. But, yeah, I'm certain this dude is guilty of some real fucking heinous and weird shit. And again, when I was listening to Biggie's album, and he, what? It wasn't even fucking 2 months later. It was not even 2 months later. You got the video out, all that. Ooh. He was prepared for that. And notice, in the video, he fell off his bike. That wasn't fake. That was real. That really happened. Because he didn't know how to ride a fucking bike. He grabbed the wrong brake. You know how they reverse. He grabbed the wrong brake, so the bike dumped him. And he elected to keep the cut, right? To, show pain. He's going through pain, If it would have been a video about him and, making music and Biggie wasn't dead and Biggie would have been in the video and he fell off that bike, it wouldn't have been in the video, though. They'd have cut that out. Now we need to keep this shit cool. Yeah, cut that out and then edit in the part where we have his double hitting a wheelie. Yeah, bro. He killed his best friend. These are my beliefs. He killed his best friend, killed his artists, killed other people's careers, killed his wife. He's right where he belongs. Come on. Look how much time they got out of Bill Cosby. For matters dating back to when some of us weren't even fucking born yet. You think they not finna get him for some shit on a timeline that was that was primarily day before yesterday type shit? Like, on the timeline, if they got Bill Cosby for half a century old crimes, you think they not gonna get Puff for a quarter century of a crime? Don't be stupid. Oh yeah, let me show you this joint though. I said I was gonna show you this before I break out. I was about to be like, yeah, well, I'm gonna have to get out of here. Hold on. Before I go check this out though. 'Cause I am about to be out, but now would be the best time too. It's fucking pitch dark. I doing suicide film about it. Yes. It was one of the Latin. Was it? I thought it was one of the Latin countries. Yeah, Ecuador or Brazil or something like to that effect. Yeah. But you might be right just as much. But yeah, that kid. Yeah, he felt highly embarrassed by what happened with him and Puff. Wanted to distance himself from that side of the industry. See what I'm saying? Dope bar shuts down properly. And it's like, I mean, light is that? Which I actually wish I could cut. But you can't see anything. No. I don't know. Earlier this week. Let's put this down for a second. I gotta line lights back up because one of them switches. But you get the point.
You can talk about the pit barbecue. The band was jumping, the people too high mess around. They're doing the mess around. They're doing the mess around. Everybody's doing the mess around. Everybody was Jewish, you can bet your soul. They did the boogie boogie on the study roll. They mess around. They're doing the mess around. They're doing the mess around. Everybody doing the mess around. Now, when I say stop, don't you move away. When I say go,
Let's switch this to that. There we go. shit just keeps making random colors on its own. That's going gold. Nah, it's just going through. Gold. So I'm trying to keep it on the gold. I know what I gotta do, but I gotta put it on the program. I haven't put it on the program, so it just goes for the random. I prefer green. See how I'm gonna do it. Alright. Switch. This one. Green. Hopefully it'll stay. It's probably gonna change again anyway. But yeah. Got it to stay. Cool. Something the tongue just a touch. There we go. Caught it. I hit the wrong one. Got it. Alright. There you go. And on that note, I'm at it out. Should go with the gold, but I'm gonna keep it green. Go get green. So stay safe. Stay safe. Stay smart. Stay up. Catch you on the next one. Turn this on the stand. Okay. Well, cool. Again, stay safe, stay smart, stay up. I'll catch you on the next one. Okay, bet. Peace out, though.